And greetings, everybody. Welcome to Conflict Radio. Today is May 19th, 2024. I think that says 19. It is 2:30 in the morning here, so let's do some bedtime stories for some people. How you doing, Renee? Hi. We're just going to do a three-part series, three episodes of some of our favorite episodes from season one. We're going to kick it off. Episode 1 is going to be the existential proposition of alien contact and OPUS with Les Velez. Number 2 is going to be a message to humanity from human-alien hybrid Marina Seren. And the third one is going to be Cheating the Ferryman with Anthony Peake. Now, I am being a little selfish here. The first one we are listening to with Les Velez, I'm re-listening to because he is our guest on Thursday. So be sure to turn in Thursday for a live show with Les. We're going to be live 7:30 Eastern time on Thursday. So just give you guys a heads up. Incredible Hulk, smash the thumbs up like button. That's it, guys. Hit that like button. It lets people know that we're back. We're doing season 2. It helps get the word out that that's another reason why I'm streaming these. It helps the YouTube algorithm figure out we're back, and every show we do gets more and more people back. So if everybody can hit that like button, that'd be great. And I'm going to shut up in a minute, and I'm going to hand this over to, I guess, me for an early episode of Conflict Radio. This was episode 130 with Les. He's going to be our guest on Thursday. So we'll definitely have some follow-up stuff with him. So check it out, guys.
Some aircraft that were clear. Talks about some
Greetings and welcome to Conflict Radio. All right, greetings, everybody. Welcome to Conflict Radio. Today is September 23rd, 2021. And today on the show, we're going to be talking to, it's Les Velez. And I'm looking at it because I want to pronounce it right. I actually didn't have time before the show to make sure I'm pronouncing your name right. It's Velez?
Yes, it is. You got it right.
All right, awesome. So I did pretty good there. Now, Lester Velez is a graduate of the University of Vermont with a Bachelor of Science degree in Business Administration. Beginning in September of 1970, he served in the U.S. Army as a field artillery officer and was later vice president of Luscombe Engineering, a Silicon Valley-based manufacturer's representative company. He joined MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network, in 1991 and has held the following positions: field investigator, training coordinator for field investigators, the assistant state director in Northern California, chairman of the Abduction Experiencer Research Committee, and team leader of the Abduction Response Team. Also during that time, he became a facilitator for an abduction support group in San Jose, California, and in 1994 co-founded OPUS, the Organization for Paranormal Understanding and Support. Les, welcome to Conflict Radio. How are you doing today?
Great, Michael. Thank you very much for having me on your show. I really appreciate it.
Man, it's great to have you on. We had a little bit of, I guess, issues trying to get the audio all worked out, but we did get it worked out, and so we are here. Let me give a shout out to everybody that's in the chat. I see Dr. Strangelove is here. Renee Cruz, Distorted Reality, King of Hucamundu, the Happy Plague Doctor is here. David Gray, Not Quite Human, Chuck Bam. Let's see as I scroll up, but see if you guys have been in here waiting and chapping. Stefan Gajda. That's a funny comment there, buddy. We'll get to that. Phoenix Fire right now. This is me playing video games this year, so good to have you here, man. King of Hookah Mundu. Will Carr is in the house. and Marty Mart. How is everybody doing today? So awesome. Everybody's here. It looks like Sterling Skins just checked in, the Happy Plague Doctor, and Caesar. How's everybody doing? So, all right. So first off, you're the first. This is episode 130, and you're actually the first. Well, I guess I can't say that, but you're one of the only real MUFON people that we've had on the show. Could you, I guess, real briefly, just people who don't know, it's a mutual UFO network. Could you tell everybody what MUFON is?
Sure, absolutely. MUFON was a organization started back in 1969. The mission basically is to understand the phenomena for the benefit of humanity. And how they're doing that is with a group of field investigators and various types of professional people that are looking at the phenomena to better understand it. For years and years, MUFON has been basically a nuts and bolts type of an organization, looking at the UFOs. But of late, they've decided that a more important factor, or at least as important, is the phenomena of abductions that are going on. And they basically created the ERT, which is the Experiencer Resource Team. And I'm a consultant for that group at this time. But years ago, as I said, they were just basically looking at the phenomena and not including the aspect of the, CE4 or CE5, contact encounters of that nature, and which my organization feels is extremely important that we understand what's going on to these people and then give them the kind of assistance that they're looking for. So, and the AERC, which you mentioned in the bio, the Experiencer or the Abduction Experiencer Research Committee, I basically got that started. And the ERT now is basically come out of that organization. And so MUFON, as I said, since 1969, it's been doing the kind of work to take reports from people out in the field. And now these reports are not only including sightings and descriptions of those sightings, but now also in many, many cases, and that's how I got involved with this way back when, in like 1991, that people are having experiences beyond just seeing these objects. And so it's the kind of thing that I think is very important. And that's why I basically just published a book called The Unknown Other and the Existential Proposition of Alien Contact.
All right. So let me ask you this. Why did you get involved with MUFON? Did you have an encounter yourself?
Yeah. Basically, when I was 11 years old, I had seen something. This is when I was living in Connecticut, and this was a late October evening, and I was coming back in the house, and I noticed off to the right this whitish oval object silently cruising over the tree line, and it scared the crap out of me. I ran into the house and tried to get my father to come out. And by the time I convinced him to come out, it was gone. And he said, well, it's probably just a beacon of light reflecting off a cloud. But to my way of thinking, that was not the case. And so soon thereafter, I went to the library and I started picking up books on UFOs. And at that time, this is the late 50s, that George Adamski was very much involved with the UFO phenomena. And so I started to read his books. And that kind of, got me going for quite a while. And then, of course, I got a little bit older and, went off to college and then went into the service and finally moved from Connecticut to California, Northern California, San Jose. And one day I picked up the newspaper, the San Jose Mercury News, and I saw an article about Stanton Friedman, who's a nuclear physicist, that was going to talk at San Jose City College about UFOs and the government cover-up. Well, I said, okay, that's it. I got to go see this guy. And I did. And when I went there, I expected to see a handful of people, but the auditorium was full. And afterwards, in the foyer of the auditorium, MUFON had a table, an informational table, and they have a journal that they publish monthly. And so I decided, okay, I'm gonna start getting this journal. And so after a while, that wasn't enough for me. I said, no, I have to get a little bit more deeper into this thing. And of course, they have a field investigator training course. And I decided, well, that's what I'm going to do. I want to become a field investigator. Well, that's when things really started to happen.
So what does I don't mean to cut you off, but what does a MUFON field investigator actually do? Do you like get in the car and drive to people's houses who have been abducted or have seen craft? Is that what you guys do pretty much?
Typically back in those days, it was mostly people having sightings. The abduction phenomena was not very much in the minds of the MUFON organization. And so, as it turned out for me, most of the cases that I got involved with did turn out to be abduction type cases. But typically, a MUFON investigator will definitely, when a case comes in, and usually the case comes through the website, these people are then sent out to either via telephone or in person, talk to these people, try to go through step by step what had happened. There's forms that MUFON has, and it talks about physical aspects, psychological aspects, weather conditions. I mean, it's a whole plethora of things that the investigator has to actually go through to better understand the situation. And then at the end of that case study, then they make a determination as to whether or not they feel that the person is, being truthful, is the phenomena something that is explainable in some way based on data from the weather, authorities or FAA or various other sources that people are required to contact. And then that determination is then put into the case, and then it's filed into their database, which is quite extensive. So, as I said, most of the cases that I got involved with turned out to be abduction cases, which led me to really push MUFON to start paying attention to this aspect of the phenomena.
All right. So how many I guess MUFON cases get ruled to be a hoax?
Oh, the bottom line on all of this is that either they're identified, okay, that it's either a star or a weather balloon or some factor, an airplane, something that is identifiable. So a lot of that happens. Then you have cases where the phenomena is not identifiable, and it's basically categorized as an unknown. Hoaxes do happen.
Liars, like somebody who's obviously lying.
Sure. That does happen. Yes, absolutely, it does happen. But the bottom line on all of this is that generally comes to be very recognizable after a bit, because of the fact that once all the other factors are looked at, people then say, well, this is impossible, and therefore it's got to be a hoax. but it's a relatively small number. It's a relatively small number, actually. Either they're identified or it's unidentified, and that's how the database basically over the years has proved that out.
All right. So you really don't have any kind of way to tell if somebody's lying or not to you guys.
Well, we don't do a lie detector test,
Yeah.
of course, but the bottom line on this thing is that you can tell when you have two different categories here. You have people that are just reporting a sighting. That's one thing. But then you have the people that are reporting that they've been abducted. And 9 times out of 10, these people don't want to, have their name out there. They don't want to have notoriety. They don't have, they're frightened. They're having real issues. And so based on all of that information, you look at these people and you say, there's something going on with these people. And the big question is, what is it? And you have to listen to them and understand and be empathetic with their story. Because the bottom line, there is definitely something going on based on a lot of physical evidence that goes on with these cases, and also the fact that there's maybe multiple witnesses involved as well.
All right. So how many, I guess, sightings have you researched that have, do you speak with a lot of people that have seen a UFO or try to report a UFO and then they find out they were abducted later on? Or do they know they're abducted mostly right away?
There's basically 2 ways to look at this thing. You can have people that have a very, very vivid conscious recollection of it, or others that have a feeling that something has gone on. And then through, working with a therapist, they come to find out that, yes, something did happen, or no, something did not happen. Here's a good case I can talk about right now. One of this couple were coming down out of a state park, and they noticed this light over the ocean, and this light get bigger and bigger, and after a while it literally was over their head, and it was a triangular craft, and this triangular craft basically was silent, was not making any noise, but it had lights on the corners of the triangle, and it went into this canyon behind them and sat there and kind of did this butterfly effect where it just kind of moved back and forth and up and down. And they noticed another light over the ocean, and the same thing happened. Finally, the craft is over their heads. The first one, they were looking at it. The second one, they felt it was looking at them, and they became frightened. And this happened 5 more times. So these craft were in there, and these craft were the size of a Learjet, a relatively one of the small Learjets. Excuse me. And so all of a sudden, all of them kind of went. They were in this horizontal position, side by side. They kind of all and simultaneously went up on their side in this vertical position, all lined up. And it's like they went around a corner and disappeared. They just vanished. Well, needless to say, they decided at that point that they were getting out of the state park, and this was near dusk. And this particular area, even during the day, it's very wooded and on the dark side, and it's rocky, and well, they felt that they were floating, that they just went through this area, and almost like, as they said, like an automaton of some sort. And the next thing they know, it's 3 hours later, and they're in a restaurant up the road, probably about 10 minutes, drive from the state park. But they have 3 hours of missing time. They cannot account for. And so they basically decided that, okay, we have to, figure out what's going on. And one of the things that occurred to them is that they both developed a rash. afterwards? Well, that part of the world, there's poison ivy and there's poison oak. Okay, so that could be a very common type of a thing. But the fact of the matter is they went to a doctor, and the doctor said, no, that's not poison ivy or poison oak. I don't know what it is. And so they went to another doctor. And that doctor said, well, it's something internal, like some kind of a reaction to something, but I'm not really sure what it is. So anyway, these people finally found our support group and the OPUS support group, the Organization for Paranormal Understanding and Support in San Jose. And
that's something that I've never heard of before, OPUS, and I've got that in the description of the video here of our podcast. Is it just a San Jose thing, or is it nationwide?
No. Oh, it's worldwide.
Worldwide.
It's worldwide.
Okay. What is it exactly?
Well,
is it like a branch off the MUFON tree?
I'm sorry?
Is it like a branch off the MUFON tree?
No, it's not. It's not. Let me finish this story first, because this is the interesting part, and then I'll get back to the OPUS situation. But so anyway, they had taken a picture of this rash, and they showed it to the people in the support group, and almost without exception, they all said that at one time or another they had a very similar rash. And one of the people in the group said, well, I know what that's from. And so we said, well, what is it? He said, it's a reaction to the fluid that they dip you in to sanitize you when they bring you on board the craft. So, of course, that was a real mind bender that we had.
Wait, they did what now? They sanitized them?
Yes. This was a reaction to the sanitization process. So,
were they trying not to get? Were they trying not to get the virus or something?
Probably. They're
this
afraid
after
of COVID just as we are. So anyway, in 2007,
wow.
Well, first of all, backing all the way up to 1994, this is when OPUS, the Organization for Paranormal Understanding and Support, was co-founded with myself and a Dr. Eugene Lipson. And our mission is basically to help people having paranormal experiences. And as it turns out, most of the experiences that we've been dealing with are involved with the abduction phenomena. And so, as I said before, MUFON was basically a nuts and bolts type of an organization. And they kind of sidestepped the whole abduction phenomena. Well, in 2007, I went to the international director of MUFON and said, and this was James Carrion at the time, hey, you guys are missing a lot of information here with regard to the abduction phenomena. So we basically at that point made an agreement that whenever calls were coming in for help with those types of things, that I would get the phone calls. And so MUFON was forwarding calls to me for years and years until finally, and then I started that AERC, the Abduction Experiencer Research Committee, and we published a finding based on 71 people that felt that they had been abducted and 51 people that were a control group. And it's called the Omega-3 study, which you can find on the opusnetwork.org website. Our website, as I said, is opusnetwork.org.
Yeah, the link is in the description, guys, if anybody wants to go there.
Yeah, great. And so we've had this relationship with them, and then finally, as I said, from those early days, that MUFON finally, decided, yes, we need to do this ourselves. And so that relationship, as far as getting, things forward to us, has stopped. But I'm also, as I said, a research consultant for the MUFON ERT. And we're in the process of releasing the first phase of the Omega-4 study, which again is a study where in this particular case, we've gone out to therapists that are dealing with this phenomena and had them answer this survey. And so that's something that we're going to publish in the near future here. But anyway, so OPUS has been doing this since 1994. We're officially a nonprofit organization recognized by the IRS, which always I get a big kick out of because, the paranormal and the IRS, I don't know if that's an oxymoron or something, but to me, it's very interesting. So anyway, I think getting back to your original question here, as far as OPUS is concerned, those early days were based on my still being a field investigator and working with these people. But then because of that work that I did with them and finding out that a lot of them, felt that they had contact with non-human intelligences, that there was need of some kind of a support mechanism. And OPUS has set up an online support group, which is totally confidential. The only way you get into it is you go to our website, opusnetwork.org. And if you're looking for help, you can contact us there. And we have a list, resources of hypnotherapists and various other types of consultants and mental health practitioners for these people, because there is something definitely going on. And, John Mack, I don't know if you're familiar with John Mack, but, he was a Harvard psychiatrist that got involved with this phenomena and has written, a couple of really important books, one called Abduction. And he's found that these people do not have a psychopathology. They're totally sane. They're not confabulating. They're not having false memories. They're not all the things that debunkers talk about. Basically, have been basically pushed aside, and to the extent that, hey, these people are having real experiences. And so the bottom line still is, what are they? Are they interdimensional? Are they extraterrestrial? Are they time travelers? Are they military? Or are they all the above, which I kind of think that they are?
A lot of people think that they're fallen angels.
It can be that too.
Or demons.
Depending upon your worldview. They could be angels. They could be demons. That's the other side of the coin. There's so many different things that are part of this huge puzzle.
All right. And you said both MUFON and OPUS are not-for-profit organizations?
Well, certainly OPUS is a nonprofit. I'm not sure. I think MUFON also might be a nonprofit, but I'm not 100% sure about that.
All right. Let me go back a second. You mentioned I want to go back to that abduction you said where those people were sanitized. Is that the first time you've heard of something like that? I've never heard that before. Is that something that happens a lot?
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, it definitely was the first time I've heard of that, and I have not heard of it since. So, it is something that.
And this was post-COVID, you said, this experience?
Oh, way post. Yeah, this is in the 90s.
Oh, so it's pre-COVID. This was in the 90s that they were sanitized.
Yes.
All right. I was going to say, I don't know if those might not have been aliens. But I've never heard that before. And you've never heard that from any other experiencer.
No. Have not.
That's the strangest thing. Why would they have to sanitize them?
Yeah. And the interesting part was that so many people had that same kind of rash.
So they might have been sanitized, so they just don't know.
Yeah.
Huh.
Exactly.
That's strange.
Well, one of the other meetings, okay, because maybe you're going to ask this question later, but one of the people in the group says, "I've seen you before," talking to me. And I said, "Where? MUFON conference or UFO conference?" No, no, no. I saw you on board the craft. I said, "Really? Oh, that's interesting." Then I kind of blew it off. And it was probably a year and a half later that a totally different person said, "Hey, I've seen you before." I said, "Where? UFO conference, something like that." "Oh, no, no. You were sitting on this bench on the craft naked. You were freaking out, and they told me to go over to you and calm you down." So, of course, at that point, I decided, okay, I'm going to go get regressed, and I'm going to see if I can find out anything. Well, the interesting thing was I never found out anything about being on board a craft or being with aliens of any kind, but I did have multiple past lives. So, and this is another factor that plays into this whole phenomena as well, that people are having past life phenomena going on, and that's directly related to the fact that our soul, our energy, our consciousness never dies, and it just goes on and on and on and gets reincarnated into another person, form, what have you. And so maybe in one of those lives, you might have had an experience with a quote unquote non-human entity. But, in this particular one right now, that doesn't seem to be the case, at least for me. So this is why it gets really wild. I mean, and in my book, I address a lot of that kind of thing, the unknown other and the existential proposition of alien contact. And by the way, Linda Moulton Howe did the foreword for the book. And so it's
yeah, the unknown other.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us a little bit about the book? You pretty much just talk about OPUS, I suppose, right? Like what it is, what its mission is.
I begin with talking about, sort of like what we did tonight. We talk about my background, how I got started, and then the working with MUFON and what I did with MUFON, and then the creation of OPUS. But then I go into the factors, the physical aspects of the abduction phenomena, the psychological aspects of it. I talk about you talk about implants, and then the automatic writing that goes on with a lot of these people. We talk about also the UAP report that was done in June here.
Yeah, what a joke that was, right?
And what the bottom line with that, even though there wasn't a lot of solid information, if you will, the fact that it was actually published and put out there is certainly a step forward, and that supposedly there are going to be congressional hearings.
But it's nothing new. I mean, they've published and set forward lots of things.
Well, yeah.
I mean, this is just something else.
As I said, this is the first time the government has really come out and actually, kind of admitted that, oh yeah, there's something going on. Is it the Russians? Is it the Chinese? We don't have evidence that it's extraterrestrial in nature, but they don't have evidence that it's not.
Well, they're lying. They're lying. They know.
Well, I'm sure they know a lot more. Yes,
they're lying. They're lying.
I agree with you on that.
Let me ask you this: do most of the people you talk to, do they see the same being, or is it different beings? Or is there some that's more than others? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like predominantly it's the grays, the small grays.
What would you say predominantly? Like 80%, 90%?
Yeah. Oh, it's like 80% probably.
80%,
70 to 80%. Yeah, and then you'll have closely followed by orbs.
Orbs, really?
Orbs, yeah, orbs. That is something that is
like a ball of light, that kind of orb. They're abducted by orbs.
Yeah. Yes.
Wow, I'm gonna have to do a show on that. I've never knew that an orb could abduct you. What?
Yeah.
How many do they see?
I mean, there's been cases where an orb has gone into a body, a person who had cancer, and after that incident, they no longer had cancer. I mean, there's healings going on with this as well. There's the phenomena is just ripe with all kinds of characteristics that are, phenomenal in one sense, but also very important in another sense. People that have had abductions, a number of people, besides becoming empathic, have also had the ability to heal people. Matter of fact, one of the people in our support group, the online support group, who lives up in Vancouver, did a healing on me, which actually worked from distance. I mean, there's all kinds of things that we don't understand, and you just have to scratch your head and say, what in the hell is going on? And the bottom line is, we truly do not fully understand this phenomenon, and there's a lot more to be learned.
What is the percentage of, I guess, people that get abducted that have some kind of hybridization issue going on?
What kind of issue?
A hybridization issue, like women that get abducted or men that get abducted, where they're I guess taking eggs from women or getting them pregnant or whatnot. What's the percentage of that? Is that almost every time?
It doesn't happen every time, but there seems to be a high percentage of people that are, males having their sperm taken and females their eggs taken, and that this hybridization process is one that is seemingly going on. And what purpose is that hybridization process? Is this something that the non-human intelligence are in need of to resupply something within themselves? Or is this a process where they're hoping to eventually make all of us hybrids and in that way take over our civilization, our planet? They don't have to, send over a whole lot of saucers and with death rays and blow us up. This is a very stealthy way to do it.
They have. Oh, come on, man. If they wanted to take us out, they take us out. They're not trying. They're not. I guess what I'm trying to say is, if they're not afraid of us at all, I don't think.
Well, actually, in some cases, they are afraid of us simply because of the fact that in most cases, when you're dealing with the Greys, either the short or the tall Greys, their physical stature is a lot less than ours, and we can really harm them if we can possibly break through that paralysis that generally accompanies.
Yeah, but they don't need to. They don't need to be here either.
No.
I mean, they could just fly away and go home.
That's probably true. And then, of course, you have the comments that have been made about the fact that, this is a school, and they come in here and they do this because people have said that. Well, what, if they're so smart, if they've abducted, 5 or 6 people, they'd learn everything about us. They don't need to do anything else, and they can go away. Well, it's like a laboratory where, we take rats and we experiment on rats, and then or we take a dolphin out of the water, out of their environment. We take blood out of them. We tag them, like an implant, and then we throw them back in the water, and then a year later we'll pull them out again because we've captured them again, and do the same damn thing. And so it's like a school that they're teaching their younger how to work with this species. So we're not on the top of the food chain here, folks.
All right, so you mentioned omega-3 earlier. Did you say
Yes.
Did you say what the findings were in that?
I didn't say it, but I can tell you what they were. So let me just go over that. Okay. So, in general, abductees and experiencers profile differently than do comparison counterparts on a number of general psychological and specific neurological variables. Yet there are remarkable similarities between the experiential group and the comparison group. It should be noted that in no case did experiencers or comparison group participants show any signs of mental illness or personality disorder. Fantasy proneness does not appear to play a differentiating role between the experiential and the control group. However, sensitivity to alternative realities and early and recurrent paranormal or psi experiences seem to play a role in the abduction experience. Childhood conflict, psychosocial tension, and abuse and trauma more than likely facilitate a dissociative coping style in later life. And when I say dissociative coping style, this is not a psychopathology, but just a way to handle various situations that these people have come up with. How much a part dissociation plays in the abduction experience remains an open question, but the ring and rosing abuse trauma dissociation pathway remains a variable or a viable descriptive, if not explanatory principle. Both experience with and interest in the abduction phenomena have impact on how one's body is perceived to function, how one views the world and one's purpose in it, and how one defines or reduces or redefines one's faith, tradition, and beliefs. In essence, both experience with and interest in contact seem to change one's sense of self and one's worldview. Abductees experiencers believe that there is a sentient, purposive, alien intelligence at play in their lives and at work in the world. What the intelligence goals are seen to be more beneficent than malevolent, more benign than malignant. This, though, remains an open question and a point of doubt in the minds and hearts of some abductees, experiencers, and some comparison control participants. It also remains a point of contention among abduction researchers. The brain generally and the temporal lobes and limbic system more particularly play a mediating role in anomalous experiences such as abduction. This in no way implies that abductions are all in or only in the abduction's heads. Rather, it points to the likelihood of temporal lobe lability as a preset or precursor to extraordinary experiences. While it would be too reductionistic to claim that the brain creates such experiences, it is not far-fetched to think that the brain plays an important part in the who and the what of extraordinary experiences and how they are interpreted. So the bottom line is that, and this is why I was mentioned the omega-4 study, is that we're trying to go a little bit deeper now and to looking at not only the experiences but the therapists and how they're working with these people and how we can better help them to help the experiencer. Because this phenomena, I think the Roper organization in 1992, I think it was, published a piece on the fact that at that time they estimated that there were 6 million people in the United States that have been abducted. And so, I mean, you talk about those kind of numbers, and then you just extrapolate that to the present time and worldwide. It's a phenomenal number. And so, what is this? Is this some type of consciousness experiment that's going on that we certainly don't understand? So. It's going down that rabbit hole, and there's so many ways you can turn, but the bottom line is that it's something that I think needs, people that have the wherewithal to do these experiments and tests need to step up and do more of that to better understand this phenomenon.
Let me ask you this. Will Carr has a good question here. And I want to let everybody know that in about I guess 18, 20 minutes or so, we'll go to questions, which is what we normally do the last half hour of the show. But he has a good one here. It says, what about privileges? Do you find that only certain people get certain privileges when on a spacecraft?
Well, yeah, I don't know if you
You know
call
what
it
I mean?
privileges. Yeah, I think I mean, people have talked about the fact that they've let the experiencer step up to the control panel and fly the craft. That there's been actual two-way communication, which in a lot of cases does not happen. Generally, certainly there's no communication between the small grays, and sometimes even the tall grays. There's no real communication. However, there's another species called the mantids, or praying mantis type creatures, that seem to be very old, very benevolent, very caring. And usually try to put the experiencer at ease during this. So, but as far as privileges, no, I don't think there's
So
privileges to be
everybody's
had.
kind of treated the same.
Most people are treated like you probably we would treat lab animals.
So that's not very nice.
In most cases, it's not. However, having said that, the majority, probably close to 80% of people that have been abducted, claim that they do not want to have it stop because they reach a point that whatever minor communication is going on, that they are. It's almost like the Stockholm syndrome. That people are being abducted, and then after a while, because they've been doing this so many times, that they miss it when it's not happening, and they want it to continue because they want to try to find out more. And you have people that have had truly bad experiences and want to stop it. In most cases, they're extremely ambivalent, and that they, because of that ambivalence, because they want to understand more and they're more curious, it doesn't stop. And so I have to tell them, look, if you want this to stop, you can make it stop. However, you have to be damn well sure that you're not in the back of your mind thinking, well, I'd like to find out where they're really from. And so I need to get abducted one more time to try to find that out. And of course, people have been told where these people are from, whether it's Rosetta Reticuli or Orion or the Draco Nebula or something like that. It's a very rich environment as far as the types of interactions that are going on. And so to go back to the original question, as far as privileges are concerned, yeah, maybe some people are like I said, the privilege to fly the craft. That's certainly a big one. I would love that.
Now, if somebody's flying the craft, is that normally maybe not their first experience? Like, I mean, if they take you a second time or a third time, maybe they'll let you fly it the third time or something. Or do some people actually get to fly the UFO after being taken the first time?
I have no idea.
Oh, all right.
I have no idea. I mean, I've heard most of these cases are multiple abductions. We're looking at people that have, close to 20 abductions in a lot of cases.
Do they have the same blood type or anything? Why would they be abducted so
Yeah,
much?
there's a blood type that seems to be very popular, O negative.
Yeah.
The Rh negative factor is seems to be one that people or the aliens seem to focus on for whatever reason.
Now, Shaka Khan says that experiencers end up as targeted individuals if they live long enough. I'm one of them, and it started in the 70s. So have you noticed that experiencers that get older get targeted more as they age, I guess?
No, I would say it's just the opposite. I would say it starts to taper off. Um, and I think maybe what it is a case of actually your conscious memory coming to be, coming into action, that now you're starting to remember things that you didn't remember before for whatever reason, because you've been busy doing other things. But now as you get older, a lot of people, I mean, I'm getting things from people that are, in their 60s and 70s. They're saying, hey, I've got to tell somebody what happened to me. I can't keep this in any longer, and it's not because it's getting more frequent, but it's something that is bubbling up inside them that has been going on for years. And now it seems like some impetus is pushing them to, bring this to the fore.
All right. Let me ask you this. We've had a guest on the show before that was abducted multiple times, and she says that she's actually experienced, I guess, grays on the spacecraft doing like some kind of religious rituals or satanic rituals. Do you ever have any experiencers that share that experience?
I have not had anyone, and I've got close to 300 people in this online support group right now talking 24/7 about their experiences, and I've not heard anything as far as a correlation between the non-human intelligences, grays, if you will, having those kind of ceremonies. Have heard of demonic type situations
On the spacecraft?
No, had nothing to do with the spacecraft.
Okay. What about rituals? Is anybody? I mean, and not just the grays. I mean, by any kind of on any kind of spaceship, any experiencers that have seen any kind of ritual.
If there has been, it's very minor. And I have not, as I said, in all the years that I've been, involved with this, heard of any quote unquote ritual, if you will.
All right.
I mean, people have asked, the aliens about, do you believe in God?
What do the aliens say to that?
They generally don't answer.
They don't answer at all.
They don't answer at all. It's like they ignore the question.
Well, it's like if I was in the grocery store and somebody asked me if I was Conflict Radio, I'd probably ignore it. Right? Maybe they are God.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, I'm not going to talk about that.
Right.
So what do you think we're dealing with here?
Well, I think I mentioned it before. I think it's a plethora of things. I think that, I think we can be dealing with extraterrestrial because they have a handle on physics that we don't have, to be able to come to this planet from wherever they're coming from. And, they've figured out that they don't have to worry about the speed of light. Is it interdimensional? Which is certainly a possibility.
Well, have any of these people asked them like, hey, where are you guys from? I mean, they obviously they point out a star system or something, or do they say that they're interdimensional? I mean, what are you hearing?
In a lot of cases, Zeta Reticuli comes up, or the Orion group comes up often. Draco comes up. The planet Ganymede even comes up. The moon of Jupiter. And then as far as the interdimensionals are concerned, those situations are such that we have string theory that talks about multiple dimensions, and there's three different types of string theory, even that you go from 10 all the way up to 26 dimensions that are possible, and these bubbles that maybe interact with one another, and there are times when that they touch, and so these things come through, and these portals are created, and even the skinwalker.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
The ranch thing, people have talked about portals opening up and these creatures coming through. So
they could be from like Alpha Centauri, say, and but they're traveling through portals to get here.
Yeah. Or Einstein was able to bend time and space, and we just we don't have the scientific knowledge to do that at the present time. However, they believe, quote unquote, whoever they are, believe that this is a possibility, and that we are hopefully, at some point in time, are going to be able to get to that point as well.
Have you ever talked to anybody that stated that they were transferred from craft to craft or from craft to facility?
Well, there's been people going from wherever they were to a craft, from that craft to a facility. Not so much craft to craft. I have not heard that.
Craft to facility, then.
Yeah.
Probably underground facility.
Oftentimes they talk about underground facilities, yes.
Wow.
And that the reptilians are supposedly they're underground right now as we speak on our planet.
Well, yeah. I mean, I hear that there's actually a war being fought right now underground.
Yeah,
have you heard that?
The mesa in Utah there, that there's been talk about an underground base that's super deep, and that there's different levels of humans and non-humans, and that there was a war that went on at one point down there, and people got killed, but haven't heard much more about that. And this story goes back, I think, into the 80s sometime.
The Navajo speak of fighting reptilians and pushing them underground. Did you know that?
Well, I've heard of the Hopi and the Navajo talking about the ant people as far
from Antarctica.
As a group that they get involved with.
The ant people are from Antarctica, right?
No, they're right in Arizona and Utah, that the Four Corners area.
You gotta wonder though, like, if it maybe has something to do with Antarctica.
Well, that's a whole nother story. Yeah, accordingly, there's right? An ancient civilization that has a facility there, and then I guess a couple of guys that Linda Moulton Howe had actually interviewed talked about that. That's a very interesting story.
Yeah, I find that fascinating. Like, boy, I would love to know what's really going on in Antarctica. I say we all go there with blow dryers and just melt the whole place.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, you probably won't have to wait too long, because the way the world is going right now, the way it's melting, you won't have to take a blow dryer. Well, Mother Nature is going to take care of it.
And that's all right. It's not gonna melt for long, because what happens is that the current in the Atlantic Ocean winds up getting cold from the ice melting in Antarctica, and totally causes an ice age. That's actually what happens with science. So, well, it's pretty interesting stuff when you really get into it. As
long as it doesn't happen in the next 20 years, I'm okay.
No, I'm fine. Let Antarctica melt. I'm ready for the pole shift to start.
Well, it's already happening.
No, I mean the slide where the crust is unlocked and we slide. It's gonna be quite an experience. That's gonna happen. There's science on that. All right, so I guess if anybody has any questions for Les, go ahead and put it in the chat room now, and put it in caps so I can see it. and let's get started. If anybody out there has any questions, make sure to hit that like button because it does help the algorithm and it helps get more people in here. I took last week off, so it seems to have hit our numbers a little bit. So every little bit helps, guys. So if you can like it on your Roku, just push up on the arrow and then to the right once, hit the button, and you can move over to like and like it. It's very easy. And make sure you subscribe to the channel. I have been, I guess, in contact with YouTube yesterday about the notifications because I've been getting a lot of complaints that nobody's getting notified of the show. And they told me that only about 10% of the 53,000 subscribers that we have actually have hit the bell notification. So they recommended that I tell y'all, if you want to get notified when we are live to be a part of the question section and to be a part of the live show, hit the bell. I guess that's just something you got to do. You can't just subscribe anymore. You have to hit the bell. Okay. So I'm looking at the statements here. Let me ask you this because there's so much going on in the world today. Do you think that there's a chance that, obviously we hear the stories, but do you think that there's a chance that these gray aliens are actually, I guess, engineered, that they're AI?
Yes, absolutely. There seems to be more and more, corroborating information, if you will, that there's some type of a biological robotic combination that's going on there.
That they're kind of like synthetic, right? They're not real. They're not alive. They're not. And we've heard stories about how they don't have any emotion, right?
Correct.
My computer doesn't have an emotion, right? That would explain why they don't have emotion.
Oh, absolutely.
Have any of the people?
Yeah.
Have any of the people that you've talked to that have witnessed these creatures or beings or synthetics or whatever they are, have any of them ever reported one with an injury?
Oh, yeah.
What kind of injuries?
Yeah.
Would they have?
I've had one of the abductees actually fight with a gray and rip off his arm.
What happened? Did it bleed? Did it scream out in pain? Like what?
It was almost no reaction.
Well, that would just further put forward the theory that they're not real.
You're right. Exactly.
Any others besides that one?
No, that's probably the most dramatic one that I've heard.
Was it easy to rip off the arm? Did it come apart at the shoulder, or like the joint, or?
Yeah, the guy that did this is a pretty big dude, and he just had enough of this stuff, so he decided to fight and not get himself abducted again. And he basically just tore its arm off right from the shoulder joint, I guess. And he had this bluish fluid that came out of that area. And so, when you hear that and the reaction of the gray, you definitely think that it's some type of a combination of a biological robotic synthesis that's gone on.
It's fascinating. Maybe that's why the head's so big, right? And why the eyes are so big. It's really covering up like all of this computer programming and stuff. So any mention of time travel from any of these beings, or from any of the I guess abductees?
Oh yeah. Matter of fact, again, that's one of the things that I talked about earlier, that, besides interdimensionality or extraterrestrial or military, is time travel. And time travel generally speaking, we're not dealing with grays anymore. We're dealing with us in a lot of cases. The Rendlesham Forest case that happened in 1980, basically this entity was human-like and supposedly came back from 40,000 years in the future. And again,
40,000 years? That's so long. That's so
40,
far away.
40,000, yeah.
I couldn't even imagine going 40. I mean, goodness sakes. I mean, 2,000 years ago, we were, I guess, walking on water with Jesus and turning fish and wine into a lot of fish and wine. I mean, I can't even imagine what 40,000 years would do to the planet. I mean, any idea or any insights on what that looks like?
Well, evidently they came back because they were having issues with their genome and their DNA, and they wanted to collect, I guess, some healthy DNA because I guess we went down a path that caused us issues with reproduction and things of that nature. So the way we're going now, you certainly don't have 40,000 years to correct all the crap that's going on in the world. And if we continue to do what we're doing to our planet and to ourselves, we definitely won't make it 40,000 years.
Well, we don't know that, right? There could be a huge depopulation event or a solar flare or something, and we'll take care of all those problems naturally. Vash Wolfwood wants to know, the guy that ripped off that alien's arm, I guess, what did he do with the arm? Did he get to keep it? Did he just throw it down on the ground?
Well, I think what happened was, of course, that wasn't the only alien in the room. And at the time this happened, and of course he was totally, after this happened, this was a very quick process that occurred, and he was knocked out, which is typical of these interactions that happen. But for whatever reason, they did not paralyze him before this whole event happened, and he was able to do what he did. And so therefore the only thing that he had left was some spots on his rug of this fluid. And of course, this happened at night, and the next morning he sees this thing, and he's trying to collect a sample of it, and the damn stuff just like disappears. It just goes away. And that happened in so many cases where this fluid is seen. I mean, it could be yellow. There's a lot of cases where there's yellow fluid left behind from whatever process that was going on during the abduction. And like Betty Hill had stains on her dress, and what occurred with that after a while. All these things seem to disappear, and they're not analyzable for whatever reason.
I heard Betty Hill had like 22 different personalities.
I don't know about that.
Like
I don't
the
think
multiple
so.
personality disorder. She had 22 different personalities.
No, I don't think that's true. To tell you the truth. Yeah. I know Kathleen Martin, who is her niece, and that I've never heard that. And again, this is something that people that just don't want to deal with this fact, want to debunk it in some way, shape, or form. Guys, the thing is real. It's very real.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. Something is definitely going on. David Gray says, amazing show today. I have a question of my own. Does he think people are already going to Mars and other planets, such as the space program, I guess secret space program? What's your opinions on that?
Well, years ago, and I heard about this, and I kind of blew it off. I really didn't think that it was happening. But if you go and really research, there's been talk about a space group for years, and now you have people like this retired general from Israel, Haim Ashed, who basically came out with this book that's saying, "Hey, yeah, we've been dealing with the aliens. There's trade going on. We have bases on the moon and on Mars, and if that's going on, then you would think that the Space Force is got to be real." So my way of thinking about this right now is, yeah, I'm definitely leaning that way. More than 50%, maybe 51%.
Well, if that's the case, that would suggest that the government knows that there's, I guess, these craft coming down and allowing it to happen without telling the people what's going on, right?
Well, there's a book out there called Rachel's Eyes. And if you guys haven't read it yet or gotten it, you really should. It's about a woman and her daughter. Her daughter went to school supposedly with a hybrid, and she was constantly in touch with a military person, and there was this relationship that went on between the hybrid and the daughter, and she come to find out that indeed the military has had multiple, retrievals of crashed UFOs with live aliens at a base in Nevada, and it's not Area 51. It's a totally different base, about supposedly 90 miles southwest of Ely, Nevada. So if anybody wants to go out there and search, let me know, because I'd like to go.
Yeah, well, they have one in northern Arizona too. All right, so Jose Fuentes wants to know: do the Greys eat? Has anybody ever experienced drinking or eating anything?
No, there doesn't seem to be any type of digestive system going on, or excretory system that's happening with them. And of course, if they're robotic in nature, then definitely there's probably no need for it.
Boy, I would love to get a hold of one of those. Right?
Yeah.
I'd take it to science class and dissect it like a frog. I bet you there'd be so much interesting stuff inside, especially if it was mechanical, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
All right. Game Bet wants to know: does anyone keep track of abduction cases? And if so, is it a steady number of people every year?
Well, let me back up. First of all, the biggest organization right now in the world is MUFON, as far as collecting data. So since, let's see. Well, really, since about 6 years ago, probably 7 years ago, with the advent of the ERT, they're starting now to keep track of abduction cases in a bigger way. Although they have had, before that, notes in the files on abduction cases. Now, whether or not we're actually having more cases today versus years ago, I think with the advent of cell phones, hold on a second.
Uh-huh.
There we go. With the advent of cell phones and our internet that's going on, there's been a lot more information being collected and disseminated. And so there seems to be more of an uptick in the number of abduction type cases that are happening. And of course, the world population has increased as well. So
everyone deserves a healthcare partner who's there for what matters.
So, it's hard to put a definitive, yes or no on that. But the sense that I have, based on the number of people that are contacting our organization, it seems to be definitely going in a positive, increasing type of a way.
So, is there any way for you to be able to tell us how many people have reported abductions to MUFON in, like, say, the year 2020 or 2019, for that matter?
Actually, I can't. Not because I don't want to. I just don't know. I would have to. You can actually go on their website, MUFON.com, and there should be an area where you get data as far as the number of UFO sightings are concerned. But most of the time,
Well, that could be anything, though.
Well, but most of these cases are either unknowns as far as the ones that are reported. These are the unknowns, and saying, okay, well, but as far as the abduction type things, those records are sensitive too, because a lot of times these people do not want to have any information out there in any way, shape, or form.
Well, that's fine, but I mean, they could still be a number on the bedpost, so to speak, right?
Yeah, that absolutely true.
I mean, we need to know what these numbers are.
Yeah.
How many were in 2019, 2020, or 2018? Like, how many people are being abducted? Like, is it consistent? Is it 5,000 a year, 10,000 a year, 20,000 a year? I mean, come on, MUFON. These are answers we want to hear, right?
I think the thing is that you're not going to, as far as getting a number, because a lot of people are not going to report it. So if you're asking how many people are abducted,
I'm asking how many are reported.
Okay. I mean, okay, that's a different question.
Obviously, there's going to be people that don't say anything, and people that maybe aren't abducted but really are. But we could still have an average number of how many per year.
Here, do this. I got 25 today. People looking for help based on
25 today.
25 today. Okay. And so take that number and multiply it out, and then you get a number just from me.
I am. I'll do it right now. 25 times 365 is what? What's 25? Here, hang on. What's 25 times 365?
That would be 9,125.
So that's 9,125. So just going off how many people, I guess, would talk to you in a given day, that's almost 10,000 a year.
Yeah.
And do you do just the United States, or you do around the world?
No, it's around the world.
Well, I guess that's kind of a small number, right? But I mean, that's just you.
Yeah, that's just me. Yeah. Exactly. And
so
and then
talking a lot of people
and people that don't report it.
Yeah.
And it depends on the country too. Some countries, they people are having these experiences, but they're not going to report it, just because of the culture.
All right, let me ask you this. Vash wants to know: do we have any ideas what kind of education system they have, or how they educate their race?
No, okay. We do not know that.
Nobody's going to space. I'm trying to get to the. Do you think that I guess Dr. Strangelove with the Earth flat around theory? What do you think?
What?
Is the Earth flat or round? What do you think?
Oh my God!
Got to go there, right? Put it on the record. It's round, right? I say it's round.
Of course, it's round.
Right. All right. So I don't know what he was saying there about Antarctica. Let's see. Scrolling down. Aliens don't pay taxes. So, all right, here we go. Yeah, no, I don't know. Yeah, they might, right? No, obviously not, because they're either not from Earth and not paying taxes, or they're from Earth and they're the elite and they still wouldn't pay taxes then either. So,
right.
Elise Sabiu wants to know: do aliens have any kind of a social structure?
Well, they have a hierarchy that seems to be in place. You have the small grays, and then you have the tall grays, which don't seem to be robotic in nature. And then you have the mantids, the praying mantis type that seem to be overall those groups. And then you have the Nordics that come to be, in a lot of cases involved. And then you have military, which has been observed by a number of people in relationship to an abduction. And that's a whole nother ball of wax that, is very interesting.
Yeah, Dr. Strangelove says, "Who likes pancakes? They are not round; they are flat."
Dr. Strangelove has been smoking something.
Well, that might be too. All right, so I guess we're all caught up with the questions. So I guess what's next? What's next? I mean, obviously, we're not getting the disclosure that everybody was thinking that we were going to get. Do you think that there's going to be like I guess I can ask this, right? Do you think that there's going to be maybe even a false flag alien invasion? Is that maybe a way to unify the Earth?
I don't have a feeling that that's going to happen. I don't agree with Dr. Greer on that. I think we're, this process that we're going through now is such that hopefully we're going to approach this in a way that is logical and meaningful, and that it's going to come out one way or another that these objects are controlled by some non-human intelligence other than the Russians or the Chinese, and that we need to interface with them. And of course, we already are. You talk to any experiencer; they're already interfacing with these entities, and that's the important part. That the people that are part of the UAP task force needs to understand, and people like Kit Green or Gary Nolan from Stanford, they're probably already working on things like this where, okay, we want you to communicate with the alien civilization that you're in contact with, and let's talk to them and let's get more information. And I guarantee you that's already going on. And so the next step is to what we're going to do with that information and how it's going to be put out to the general public.
All right, let me ask you this, because I'm curious about this. We had Peter Robbins on not too long ago. We were talking about implants. Do you still see a lot of, implants?
Yes.
Are they currently being removed today, or?
Well, some people would like to have them removed based on the fact that it's affecting them in some way, shape, or form. Then others are of the mind that they're not going to remove them because they don't want to go through that process, and plus they can't find somebody to do it.
So there's nobody out there currently offering implant removal services?
No, that's not true. There are people, a couple of people down in Southern California that are.
Can you tell us who they are?
One is doing it non-surgically, which is interesting, and another person, I believe, has a contact with the surgeon that it can be done. I've had a doctor in Northern California when I was living there that actually did one for me. Unfortunately, he passed away. So don't get too close to me. People pass away when they come in contact with me. So hopefully you'll make it another week, Michael. I'm
asking hard questions, aren't I?
Yeah. So anyway, if people would like, cross that bridge, they can contact me through our website, opusnetwork.org, and I can, point them in the right direction.
You can't tell us who the doctor is on the air?
I'd rather not, because I don't have their permission to do that.
Okay. So they're kind of so what are they doing with these things? Where are they going when they remove them?
You know about Dr. Lear. And so he matter of fact, I talk about the findings that he found with these implants. There's about 17 different things and it's in my book, The Unknown Other. Some of these things were transmitting, and they had combinations of, materials that are totally uncommon, and the combinations are uncommon, and the materials are uncommon, and so, are they tracking devices? Are they manipulation devices? Are some kind of a, just like we do with our dogs and cats, we chip them and so that if they get lost, we can find them. And so this is happening with these experiencers.
Yeah, that's true. So let me ask you this: do they move around inside the body? Could one be in your right arm one day and your left arm the next?
Well, I've heard that they, in some of these extractions that Dr. Lear did, that in the process of trying to remove it, that it did move. Now, not to the extent where he went from the left arm to the right arm, but certainly, moving away from the scalpel. Are
there any indications that it can move, like say from your arm to your head,
I've not heard
from
that.
your head to your back? No,
I've not heard that. Although if you talk about physical implants versus ethereal implants, that's a whole nother story, which is something that one of these doctors that I know is quite familiar with.
Well, maybe it's just their way of tagging us, right? And it's like cows with the yellow tag on their ear.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, man, it's scary stuff. Does it? Let me ask you this: you talk to all these people all the time. Do you have any issues, I guess, sleeping at night?
Actually, no, because I drink a lot. No, I'm kidding. But no, you know what it is? You would think that perhaps I would have issues along those lines, but for whatever reason, I don't. And I think what it is that there's been many instances where over the years I've decided, okay, this is enough. I'm not going to do this anymore. And I get pulled back into it for whatever reason. I'll get a phone call, or I get a letter, or I get an email, and somebody looking for help. And I think whether it's the government or whether it's them, they want me to keep doing what I'm doing. And I haven't had any threats. I haven't had any negative issues come up thus far, anyway. And thank goodness I've been able to sleep at night.
Yeah. I was just wondering, so none of this ever really worries you or concerns you too much.
Well, I do have concern in the sense that for these people that are having these experiences, in a lot of cases, are quite negative, and what they're going through, the trauma, the fear, the anxiety, and so it's very gratifying to be able to help them and get the feedback that they have been helped. So I think that negates any negative feelings or thoughts that may enter my mind.
All right. What are you working on now?
Well, As I mentioned earlier, the omega-4 study, which is a follow-on to the omega-3 study, how clever of us, where the first phase is complete, where we went out to therapists and supplied a questionnaire to them. And so we're going to actually publish that in a very near future. And then the second phase of that is to go out to the clients of these therapists and have them fill out a survey. And we're trying to ask questions that have not been asked before. There's a lot of studies out there. The free study that was done a number of years ago. But we're trying to go beyond that and beyond the omega-3 study, and again trying to dig a little deeper and to get a better understanding of this phenomenon.
All right, so the final question of the night, we always ask our guests the same question.
Uh-oh.
Do you know who Corn Pop is?
Corn Pop?
Yeah.
The only Corn Pop I know is this thing that you put on the stove, and it's got that little aluminum foil thing that blows up and turns into like this giant head.
yeah, I know what you're talking about. I could never get that to work right. I think I might have had it on high, like it always burned the bottom of it, and I never really got any good popcorn. Those things were the worst.
Corn Pop.
But at least they didn't cause corn pop lung, right? I guess like the microwave popcorn does. Microwave popcorn is very bad for you people. Don't eat it every day. Game Bet says that's Jiffy Pop.
Right. Oh, that's right. Jiffy Pop. Right. Okay.
Right. Well, the Corn Pop is a bad dude. So we just got to let everybody know that Corn Pop is just a bad dude. All right. So why don't you tell everybody where they can find you? And we're out of time. We did it. We got through another show.
All right. Hooray. Yeah. The best way to get a hold of me is to go to our website, which is opusnetwork.org. And you can also get the book right there. There's a big picture of the book. All you got to do is click on that. It takes you to Amazon, and so you can buy it. And I think you'll really enjoy the book. There's 33 stories by experiencers in there, and they're quite interesting, and gives you a whole different perspective on the phenomena. And so, again, it's opusnetwork.org, and you can contact there if you're looking for support in any way, shape, or form. We hope to be able to give you what you're looking for, and if not, we'll tell you.
All right. And just so everybody knows, the link is in the description box below. Definitely go down and check it out. It really is a well put together website. And do check out the book, The Unknown Other and the Existential Proposition of Alien Contact. All right, Les, hang on a second, and I'm going to wrap things up, and you and I will chat a little bit off the air. I just want to let everybody know that they can find us always on www.conflictradio.net. We are available on Apple, iTunes, Spreaker, and all of your normal podcast catchers. Make sure to check out our store. I guess we've got some pretty cool items in the store. We will be back on Monday and do another show on Monday. So until then, I hope everybody battens down the hatches and just stay safe. All right, guys. I guess everybody's still here. I'm going to close this out, and I'm going to bring up another show. We are listening to the best of season 1 on Conflict Radio. I'm staying up with you guys to, I don't know, maybe help get you to sleep or dream a little bit better. And we're having some fun here tonight with the best of Conflict Radio season 1. So we're not going to mess around. We're going to go right back into our second episode. It's a message to humanity from HumanAlien hybrid Marina Seren. She might come on the show this Monday coming up at 7:30 Eastern. We're not really sure. If that show happens, I'll put it on X so you guys can see it and join us. And let's get going with the second episode here. I've got to share the screen. There we go. There we go. Gonna hit play. So I'll see you when this one's over, and we'll do one more. To Conflict Radio. All right, everybody. Hi, how's it going? Welcome to Conflict Radio. Marina, I am getting a crazy feedback from you now.
Hi, thanks for inviting me here.
Yeah, welcome to Conflict Radio. I was getting this weird static stuff from your end, but I guess that's going away for a second. Let me say hello to everybody real quick. Your last name, just so I know I'm saying it right, it's Seren?
Yes, correctly.
All right, so hang on a minute. Let me say hi to everybody here. Welcome to
Cheers.
Conflict Radio. Today is January 17th, 2022, and let me give a shout out to people that are here. I guess hanging out in the chat room. We've got a ton of people already in here. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button. It'll get more people to join us. I see Mary Kay is here, AJK, Andrew, Bumblebee, AB, Stefan, Gaja, Renee Cruz. How you doing? David Gosling. Scrolling up, Not Quite Human is here. Arlene Adkins-Zell is here. How you doing, Arlene? Scrolling up, Davy Jones Locker is here. Walter Adkins, Scott Deal. Hope I said that right. Ulces Gomez, Vash Wolford, PD Junior Cartwright, the Deer Slayer. Let me scroll back down, see if anybody's saying hello. Pharaoh of Central New Jerusalem. How you doing? Ian McFadden, Chili Peen, David Gray. How is everybody doing today? Today on the show, we have Marina Seren. She's a 21-year-old experiencer from Madrid, Spain. She's a psychic medium, an extrasensory seer, a conscious channeler of higher mind, an intuitive artist, an ET contactee, alien abductee. She's a hybrid alien mother. She's been involved with the MK Ultra program. She's a survivor of that and a secret space program psychic super soldier / insider. Marina, welcome to Conflict Radio. How are you doing today?
Hi, thanks for inviting me. I'm fine.
All right, and just let me give a quick shout out here. I see some people saying hello. Fear Fleming, Summer Wind, Noel Griffon, and the Happy Plague Doctor. And welcome to Conflict Radio. So tell us, okay, I have it down that you are an alien gray human hybrid, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you're not 100% human, right?
Correct.
All right. So tell us what happened. How do you know this? What is it like being amongst us puny human people?
Well, I found out that I was a hybridized human when I was 16 with the awakening, with my spiritual awakening. And basically, I was told that I was hybridized with gray DNA, so that I will be able to channel certain specific consciousness, to guide humanity towards evolution. And so I basically learned that I am also part of the hybrid programs that in which I gave away also my genetic material for the creation of hybrids. So in those programs, I also received certain genetic material that also assisted a lot of this process of me becoming integrating more of an extraterrestrial consciousness instead of a human, let's say, perspective or vibrational frequency as my the way to operate, in Earth.
Okay, so I would take it you've been with the MK Ultra program. We've had other survivors of that program on the show. They've had very traumatic experiences all underground. Do you remember being a part of that program?
Yes, I remember being part of Project Monarch specifically, which is a type of MK Ultra. I started remembering my memories, when I was about 16 or even 17. And so starting from that point, I started develop PTSD as as also other symptoms, that will come as OCD or depression, anxiety. So I had to deal with this amount of trauma for a long time, and it's been a long journey so far, but I've managed to survive it. And what I learned so far, it's that this specific MKUltra project that was done to me was for the purpose of training me as a psychic super soldier in the secret space program and the Dark Fleet. So that's how it connects with my experience here on Earth.
Okay. Are there now, you said Dark Fleet, so obviously you're talking about a more evil side of the extraterrestrials?
No, the Dark Fleet is not entirely like an extraterrestrial fleet itself. It's section or faction of the secret space program that made alliances with the Draconian Empire and the Greys, the negative Greys that served them as minions, and some evil Nordics too, which are basically working for conquering like planet Earth, obviously. But among the secret space program, there are many kinds of groups that is split into different spiritual orientations, let's say, some which even get to make contracts with alliances with positive extraterrestrial forces to help humanity out of this conflict. Some who are positive defectors, and of course those who are still in the negativity, trying to control, Earth, to assist this Draconian Empire.
Okay, so let me ask you this: Have you? There is a lot of people that would suggest that the gray aliens are like a synthetic being, that it's artificial intelligence with like a robot, so to speak. What would you say to that? Are they real life beings?
Yes, they are generally, but we have to understand that the Greys is a kind of species, but there are many, many different offsprings of that, let's say, aspect of human evolution. There are those who are, of course, like synthetic, as you say, like they are basically synthetic vessels that channels artificial intelligence that operate as, as a collective, as a hive mind mentality, that are basically just assembled for slavery purposes, for the work of a slave race, But there are also many others that have a different, let's say, genetic blueprint, or they're in different aspects of their evolution that are not synthetic, but rather genetically engineered by themselves, by the way, so that they can no longer experience like emotions, because they observe that as, like, say, as a negative aspect of consciousness, that made them to cut themselves, to disconnect from nature, and eventually not being able to reproduce anymore, to a point in which they got to almost extinct. And that's why there's hybrid programs right now with the Greys, with some of them, because they didn't want it to extinct as a species. So we ended up making some contracts, of giving them our DNA, which was viable and compatible in a sense, so that they wouldn't die out. But there are also others who took a different path in evolution and integrated their darkness, let's say, and moved to other star systems to try to heal themselves, and take a different path from others. So as you see, there are many different beings, and as they are fourth density, they're fully fourth density beings. They do not operate in 3D anymore, so they can time travel. So you can see them coming from either the future, our present, or even the past. It depends on the specific group. So,
okay, why is Earth so important? Why are we so important? And why is it all I mean, obviously, there's a ton of different races, it seems, that are visiting Earth and that know about Earth. Why are they keeping humans in the dark that they exist?
Well, humans as a species, we are so interesting as a collective because we are hybrid species ourselves, with genetic material that is considered multidimensional, because not only one race or one single species took part of that creation of our species, but rather many, like up to dozens of them. So because these beings, these extraterrestrials that participated in the co-creation of humanity, were from different planes of consciousness, different densities of consciousness, human DNA, the combination of our genetics and genetic codes, it's so special, so important, that it's seen as special DNA, even royal DNA, because it has we are, let's say, descendants from the Anunnaki species, and they are considered royalty. So, but that's just a human perspective, by the way.
Anunnaki, they're from Nibiru, right?
No, the Anunnaki are, again, like another kind of a species composed of many different races or groups that, each other took different paths, same as the Greys, basically. And so some of them, you will see that they are more mixed with Pleiadian DNA. Some of them have decided to integrate more of the reptilian genetics in their DNA, in their genetic materials, in different parts of history. So you will see that they are also multidimensional. They can also time travel like the Greys. And so in their path, along history, they have get to travel and visit many different star systems and assemble there and have, create their own, let's say, civilizations there to leave their knowledge and to ground, other to live and have an experience. So you will see that there are many Anunnaki groups with many different, let's say, evolutionary outcomes or paths. So some of them will come from what you shared as to be Nibiru, but many others will come from different star systems and locations among the stars.
All right. Is Nibiru, like Planet X Nibiru, is that still out there, or did it get destroyed?
Yes, it is still, but depending on which reality you're tuning in, you will be rather able to perceive it or not. It depends on what timeline you are choosing, on what connections you are deciding to establish, with yourself. So it's
What do you mean timeline that I'm choosing? Do we get to choose our own timeline, so to speak?
Yes, we are creators of our reality, because nothing is solid, nothing is purely like crystallized, materialized as a, let's say, static element of space and time. So it is all a matrix, and you are the programmer of that matrix because you create your reality.
So each one of us right now can create our own reality, right?
Correct.
What about everybody else that's a part of your reality? Can they control your reality as well, or only you can do yours?
What happens is that phenomena, it's what it's called intersection of realities. So for instances, you do create your own reality, even choices that other beings make your reality, which doesn't mean that you operate through their consciousness. It just means that you create your reality in which you manifest that all those beings that are part of your reality made those choices because you manifested a version of yourself that was vibrationally compatible with that version of the other person or consciousness, the other organism. So you're tuning in to that vibration, and that's why you're able to perceive it, because you are a vibrational match. So in fact, it acts sort of like a reflection of your own frequency, because that's how you create, by putting out an energy, vibrating at a certain frequency and a certain speed, So when you observe certain actions taken by other beings, it doesn't mean that you're creating it fully from your consciousness. It means that you're manifesting them because you are of that vibrational match. So you are intersecting your reality with that other person, because at that moment you are a vibrational match. But it doesn't mean that that person that you're meeting at that point in space and time is going to take the same choices that you will see that person choosing for themselves eventually. That's the play of the cosmos. That's what everything is about, that we are multidimensional and that there are infinite probabilities, quantum manifesting probabilities of manifestation, in our reality. So it's pretty much like explained by metaphysics and quantum physics for that reason.
All right. Let me ask you this. How were you able to, did you have to escape the MK Ultra program, or did they let you go?
No. The MK Ultra programs are made with multidimensional technology, which means that eventually, well, it depends, of course, on which group or entity is creating, is being part of the creation of this slave target. So if they are, for instance, as part of secret space programs, like the ones that I have been a part of, like a target of, they hold multidimensional technology in which they can basically abduct you and, let's say, proceed to make their experiments with you without you being able to consciously remember it at the moment when you get, when they put you back in your place, let's say. So to me, experiencing these MK Ultra programs from these people, it's more like a psychological battle in your consciousness, because they're able to abduct you, they're able to take you, they're able to target you still, but you're not remembering necessarily because you have been abducted. So sometimes you will remember through astral experiences or through hypnotherapy and regression sessions. And sometimes you will come with the memory if the memory that hasn't been wiped out, let's say, enough. So because it's all remaining in your subconscious. So it is really relative on how many different people around the world experience this program. So I haven't yet, like, let's say, freed myself from the program entirely, but healing myself from the trauma, it's a way to not be vulnerable to their actions.
All right. So a lot of people would, I guess, if I was to think about the MK Ultra program, a lot of people might think that that's just kind of, you're tied to a chair and you're forced to watch different things on the television or whatnot over and over and over again. What is it really like? What goes on down there?
Well, that's just one specific element of the program itself, but it's not, of course, the entirety, nor the principal, let's say, aspect of it. And then, it is basically MK Ultra. It's basically trauma-based mind control. So trauma is the most important element, of the agenda of the program. It is using trauma as an element as a tool, basically, to fragment your consciousness in many, to shatter your consciousness in many different fractals or fragments, like if it was a mirror or a crystal, through trauma and abuse, continuous rituals, satanic ritual abuse, etc., to basically then create personality, disassociate, the consciousness from their own ego frontal personality alter into many different alter egos, alter personas of herself or himself. So after they have shattered the individual, disassociated the person, they use heavy drugs to basically put that person in a state of trance, to then program many different personalities that they can then use as assets for many different purposes,
Okay. You think, is there I guess a lot of cloning and stuff going on underground there?
Yes, that is one of the things they use. And it has a lot of metaphysical.
Were you cloned then?
Yes, I was cloned, and those clones are then, let's say, engineered. Their brain, their physical brain, is engineered so that those neurological connections are a vibrational match to the specific alter egos that they wish to channel, through that vessel, through that body. So that way they will get energy, they will get me operating for them, parallelly to me living the frontal personality, having my normal day life without even becoming aware of those actions. So it's a really intelligent way to have a slave, without really, let's say, abducting a person for a long time.
Yeah, and they used you to, obviously it says in your bio that you're an alien hybrid mother, so they must have used you in some way to where, same as, I guess, another guest we've had on, where she was being used to create hybrids as well, right? Like, how many children have you had that were taken from you?
Well, the hybrid agenda, it's not directly connected to necessarily with the secret space program or the MK Ultra project.
Yeah. The secret space program is something that you went into after the MK Ultra program, right?
Yes, it was mostly, the MK Ultra was mostly done for that purpose, for me being used as in the secret space program. So it was done by the same people that recruited me, in a sense.
Okay. So were you recruited right from underground, or did they let you go? How did you get out from the cloning center and the underground bases?
Well, the secret space program, it's farther more than just one single infrastructure,
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So they not only operate in space or in Mars, the moon, etc., but they have also underground bases that are working for that same organism, that same, like, say, government or faction of the dark government. So many times, for MK Ultra targets or super soldier targets, we are either traumatized in underground laboratories or even up there, Mm-hmm. So it depends, there are many things, there are many different experiments to be performed on a target, depending on what abilities they're interested from you, or what things they wish to use you for, what training even to give to you. So it all depends on that, if you're, to determine if you're taking underground or not, or in the ships.
All right. So I'm trying to figure out, I guess, you and I we spoke before we went on the show about a war that was happening right now between, I guess, the good side of the secret space program and the bad side of the secret space program. Are they all one? Is it all like one big program, and there's a bunch of infighting amongst all of it, or is there actual two different sides that don't have any contact with each other?
Sorry, what's the question again?
Is there, okay, basically there's a war happening right now, right?
Yes.
Is it more of a civil war between one giant a program, or is it a bunch of different programs, or factions, I guess, fighting each other?
Yeah, well, what we have to understand is that the war is going on right now in our in our planet goes beyond programs and agendas, because of what I shared previously about us being hybrids, many different species. It explains not just about us as a species or DNA, but we are not the only we are not the only inhabitants of this planet. Far away in time, there were many other different species that were habitating Earth. So as you see, like the history of Earth is so long and so rich, of many different events and scenarios going on, that we represent, in a sense, a point of convergence of many of these different spiritual lineages or genetic lineages, let's say families, spiritual families, and even species, confronting themselves here. In war scenarios, in scenarios of conflict, of spiritual conflict and political conflict, So both because they are interested in Earth's evolution, in human DNA, and because what we do determines a lot, what happens in other parts of the galaxy, even the cosmos, even beyond our galaxy. So there's a lot of interest right now in what happens on Earth. There's a lot of competition going on with lineages tend to develop more power over this civilization, this next cycle of evolution on Earth. So it involves more than just programs, agendas, but species, extraterrestrial species that have been here or have a connection here that is quite ancient.
All right, so have they been fighting all this time, or did they just now start fighting?
They've been fighting for many years, so far. But right now, because of the pole shift, there is a pole shift right now that, is the representation of the next step in evolution, the next era or period, of human history, like the so-called New Age or let's say Aquarian Age. They are here because it's really, again, it determines a lot what happens in other parts of the galaxy, because we are representatives of their lineages. So that's why there's so much war in among us humans. That's why so far in our history there has been so many wars, of one group against another, because there are groups of humans that represent more a certain specific lineage or genetic connection to a specific group, and others that represent another one that might be eventually the natural political enemies of these other people. So yes, right now the conflict has been intensified for that matter, for the events going on right now.
All right, because humans were kind of in the middle of a great awakening, right?
Yes.
Do you think that? Are the? I guess is there a certain race that's going to reveal themselves to us soon?
Well, there is guidance when it comes to the idea of first contact. There are many races and species that are parties that are participating in this project, and are guiding us and assisting us both in the physical, in certain institutions, as well as metaphysical, in the astral, of course, and in higher dimensions in which we are not yet fully conscious because we were not prepared, to drive, this, to take, that information here. So definitely, eventually, there will be a point in which we are ready, for this event. But right now, the principal thing, I think, in my perspective, to do is to integrate the shadow aspect of our consciousness, to ascend.
What would you say to people who would suggest that aliens and UFOs and that sort of thing are really fallen angels? What would you say to that? Is that true to a sense?
It's true to a sense, but it has been, let's say, demonized by biblical, let's say, beliefs, by religious beliefs, because the real reason why there was this analogy of calling them fallen angels. It's because these beings, the Anunnaki, they are an angelic human DNA. They as a species, they have angelic DNA in our gene pool. In their gene pool. So when in the Bible, in Genesis, it was written that they were the fallen angels, it's because they represented the idea of an angel consciousness, of an angelic consciousness coming down to earth to give their knowledge away for some periods of time, and for some specific groups, because others were not interested in guiding us, but rather manipulating us. The idea of descending from the heavens, or from not the heavens technically, but the sky, space, it's descendant, so it's like falling. So that's why it has been, made an analogy of like angels being falling from the sky, because they landed here from the space.
All right. So when you think about demons, you think about demon possession, that sort of thing. How would if somebody is obviously a demon, they're still an extraterrestrial, right? A demon is an extraterrestrial. Is that fair to say?
Not necessarily. What we need to understand, that the idea of a demon and an angel, it's a general concept. Angel is a really specific. The idea of an angel is a really specific vibrational frequency, or frequency domain, let's say, that represents that consciousness that is more of an angelic, vibration, of course, of an angelic nature, which is directed with this Christ consciousness, with this love and light, pure, crystalline, let's say, expression of the DNA of an organism, of an entity, and a collective. But on the other hand, of course, the demons will represent the opposite, the total disconnection from this Christ consciousness, from the heart, space, from that which is divine. So they are basically, generally speaking, they are beings who exist in lower density planes of consciousness, or dimensions, realms,
They
so
feed
that's a general concept. ETs are beings like us, so they can either be part of that angelic construct or the demonic one. So that will be like a general thing to say.
Okay, so there's basically either like a demon type entity or an angel type entity, right?
Yes.
But there's many on both sides, correct?
Yes, there is always a balance. Balance is like a law of the universe. So there is always going to be as much dark as it is of the light. Now that a consciousness is aware of it or not, it's that what the process of evolution is about. You are first introduced to the dark aspects of your beingness, so that you can have an opportunity of spiritual growth. But then when you go through that process is when you're able to tap into that other aspect of yourself that is balanced with that negativity that you experience in the first place. That's what awakening is about. So eventually you'll find out that there's always a balance in the universe. So even if now we're experiencing collectively facing ourselves, with all this much conflict and darkness and negativity, there is always a light aspect of it. So if we go through this process of a spiritual awakening and integration, we will be able to tap it and experience integrating in our experience and live it, So it's a process, but it's there.
Are there human beings on the planet that are I guess in politics or high up in society that are currently working with the darker side of entities?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. There are many Masonic groups and secret societies that have a specific extraterrestrial lineage that is connected with certain demonic or negative oriented extraterrestrial species that want to take advantage of Earth's polarity, consciousness and feed from it, because that's the change of that's the chain of evolution. We feed from animals, but these beings feed from us. So it's the natural chain, of nature.
Why are they allowed to disclose themselves to certain humans, but not to others? Why can't disclosure be made to everybody, but it's okay for just certain people?
Oh, because of that matter, because they are, that's why they call themselves royal bloodlines, the Illuminati famous royal bloodlines, because they possess, they are descendants, of these specific spiritual lineages that are dark, that are negative oriented. So that's why the extraterrestrials in question choose to disclose themselves to them, because they know that they will eventually co-create with them, so they will serve each other.
So just as there's, I guess, the bad side talking to I guess bad humans, is there a good side talking to good humans? I suppose it's me and you, right?
Yes, of course.
So what would you have to say to all the listeners out there that are scared about what's going on?
I will just simply recommend them to not focus. To focus, yes, on darkness, but to not give it their power away, and because it is all a projection of their consciousness, so they perhaps will prefer to take responsibility for that, what they are creating, for the experience here as an earth human, and integrate that darkness, make that process of spiritual evolution, so that they empower themselves and they get to learn how to create their own preferred reality, so that they can manifest more positive experiences for themselves. And I will also recommend them not to give their power away to anybody right now, when it comes to agendas, when it comes to people, not even speakers. I think that discernment is key right now. We need to be really careful with who are we giving our power away. And we need to choose what resonates for us as not, because there's a lot of power being given away in this community so far, So, for example, I know my story because I went through it, and I have no doubt of anything that I experienced so far. So I have no reasons to disclose my information. It's been hard because I've been targeted, but I do not recommend people giving me the power of completely choosing to, just do everything I say, because I also teach people. I do not recommend them to do that with me or anybody at all, because I think we need to mature as a species, and we need to develop that discernment. We need to be able to choose what is our truth, what resonates with us as our truth, and what not. So these are really important times, but it is also like a great opportunity for us to develop and to mature as a species.
It's amazing, isn't it? Like you always get, me, for instance, I always get like a gut feeling if I'm on to something, or if there's things I don't believe. Like I believe you. This stuff is really happening. We need to, I guess, stop focusing on so much negative, right? Because the negative, that's what I guess lets them,
Yes.
they feed on it, right? It's not, isn't that right? If we stay positive, it all comes down to frequency. Like what you said, none of this is real. This table isn't real. None of this is real.
Yes, you're right.
None of this is real. This is all just, it's hard for me to explain, I guess, the way you do, I guess, but I totally understand it. I really do.
Yes, it is true. Like,
I'm glad you're on the show.
Thank you so much. Thanks for inviting me.
When was the last time you've been up into space, say?
Well, that's something that I'm not really aware of, because what people need to understand is that they possess multidimensional technology. This means that they can basically abduct your body without really abducting the crystallized, let's say, materialized version of your body. What I mean with this is that reality, because it's a holographic expression, of light, has different has different layers, vibrations, of aspects of consciousness.
Mhm.
So for instances, your body, it has a materialized expression, the one that you experience here in your physical, let's say, experience or brain, like mentality. But firstly, it exists as a pure holographic matrix. So that information, that technology, they can actually abduct this matrix, this holographic information, and interact with it as if it was your real body up there. You actually have like physical experiences there, without your body down here, actually being taken. Of course, in some situations, your body, your materialized form or formats, let's say, will be taken eventually, and you will be able to interact with this body here. But that's mostly for the purpose of that mostly happen when it's really specific, when the abduction has a really specific matter when it comes to your physical vessel, your physical consciousness here on Earth. But for the rest of interactions, to have encounters with you, to have conversations, to contact you, they don't need to do it specifically to your materialized body. They can actually take your astral body eventually, or that holographic expression of your physical body.
Yeah. And the funny thing is that when we die, we just go back to the form that we were before we were born, right? We're here, we're born here to do a certain thing and to carry on a specific task. But the problem is that a lot of people that are born don't remember what it was like before being born, right?
Yes, and that's part of that. It's part of the Anunnaki manipulation on the human gene pool.
Yeah.
They basically disconnected these codons, this part of our DNA that will make us activate this specific psychic vision of our multidimensional nature, so that we will not be able to tap into that information to recover it. Because if we wouldn't be able to do it, we're more vulnerable to manipulation from outside forces. So that's why they fear from us. That's what the negative groups of the Anunnaki fear from us, that we eventually remember and activate those parts of our genetics.
Yeah, it's almost like whatever we think we materialize, right?
Exactly. Well, it doesn't work.
Not really exactly like that.
Yes, but that's the general concept. That's true.
It's fascinating stuff, really is. Do you think that has there ever been this many beings on the Earth at one time before?
Yes, because this is not the only pole shift or the only period of transition to other densities of consciousness. We even have parts of in our human history in which we were of a higher consciousness, of a higher density than the one that we are now.
Yeah.
So
do you think that eventually it comes to the point where the Earth is just wiped clean and they start over again?
Well, there has been a lot of assistance from many beings who are not pleased with what the Anunnaki has been doing here on Earth, with their genetic manipulations, eventually with their, let's say, control over our own cycles of evolution. So we are receiving assistance from many parts of the galaxy and the universe, to eventually break free, from this history of slavery or control. So there will be a point, of course, because everything comes to a point in which there's change, in which we will be able to finally enjoy freedom and more independency from these species.
All right. So let me ask you this, because I've been having some really strange dreams, I guess the last month, probably since before Christmas. Every single night I've been having strange dreams, and last night I had an interesting one where the one that's actually here talking to you, my awake self, was actually talking to the me who is the dream me, right? Like they're two different me's. Is that real? Is the person that's in my dream, that's me? Is that a different me than actually that's the me that's here on Earth?
Of course it is. Of course. And that's why I mentioned so much the idea that we're multidimensional, because we think that we are just our ego, our physical consciousness, that is the one here operating, like me, the one that is talking to you. But we have thousands of aspects right now experiencing itself in many different formats, in many different let's say level of perception or state of awareness or beingness, consciousness. So that's why there is this distinction between the astral body and the physical body and the mental body, because we have many different soul aspects and many different states of consciousness that is represented each by one density, dimensional level, or frequency domain.
Yeah, it was weird because my wife has COVID really bad right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sitting here and I'm like, okay, it's just a matter of time before, like, it's incubating inside me now. Like what can I do? Because there's no way she has it and I don't have it. So I'm just getting ready to be sick at like any time now. And my body self, my reality me was having a conversation with my dream me about the symptoms that I was having, and the dream me was telling me like, hey, this isn't right, you're gonna get sick, but don't worry about it, you know what I mean, like it's all good. And I just thought, how weird is that the two of us were actually having a conversation about the one body.
Yes, because that's another aspect of your consciousness. The body is just like, let's say, the physical matrix that is able to channel multidimensional aspects of yourself in a focalized point of conversion of your consciousness, which is your physical ego. The ego is just like focus, like on a specific focus on a really specific aspect of your consciousness, which is the physical mind, the physical self. But as you have experience and proving for yourself, there are many aspects of you, and that one that you're talking about, it's basically it's mainly your higher mind who was explaining to you what's going to happen, what are the circumstances that you have created for yourself to experience, to allow you to experience. But it's not that you wouldn't need to, let's say, worry, that there was no need to worry, because you know what you're creating for yourself. So there's no issue, you're going to overcome it and you're going to grow from the experience.
Yeah, I actually believe that COVID was released on humanity on purpose as a bioweapon, and that Omicron COVID is actually the antidote going around.
Well, I agree with that first part of your statement. COVID was definitely like a bioweapon created in laboratories. I know there's a lot of conflict on that matter, on that subject, because there's many people that believe that it's there's a real natural virus. There's people who believe it does not exist, and there's people who believes that it's a bioweapon.
The U.S. military just released a statement on it a couple days ago that said that it was created because they were trying to create a vaccine for bats.
Yes.
So and it accidentally got out of the lab. So they've already admitted to.
Yes.
Creating it. It was created, whether it was released or not on purpose, who knows? But
yes,
they did.
And what people do not understand is that the different strands of or variants of this coronavirus Each of them has been genetically, of course, manipulated for targeting really specific different aspects of our, let's say, genetic makeup as a collective. So, for example, that's why, for example, the first variant of the COVID, was a variant that was more dangerous, potentially dangerous for specific blood types like A blood type or B blood type, which is the most prevalent in Asia, for example, in China, That's why those blood types were more vulnerable, because the origin of those blood types are in Asia, in China specifically, or the Himalaya, for instances. So, the second one will be for targeting another kind of blood types, and the third one, for example, the seropositive, because I have been a witness myself of how many people with zero blood type will be more vulnerable to this new variant. So, yeah, these different variants have been genetically manipulated in laboratories so that they will get to all kinds of immune systems, all kind of blood types, all kind of organisms of genetics of the human collective gene pool will be introduced to this specific virus.
Yeah. I totally believe that we're in the middle of like a silent World War III right now. It's just
It is, and it has more history than you can imagine. It has a lot of connection with World War II.
Yeah, and it goes beyond humanity. Like it's more to do with spiritual and, like you said, a different reality than, it's more of a battle of a different reality than it is this reality.
Yes,
right?
It is. It is a war of consciousness right now going on.
Yeah. I want to read this comment to you from Sirach 1331. He says,
yes.
And I find it fascinating, just because we were just talking about it with the dreams. They say, when my body sleeps, I have an entire family. In fact, my dream family is jealous of my real family. My dream family knows of the real family, but actual real family doesn't know about the dream family. That's fascinating, isn't it?
Yes, quite fascinating. Yes, these kind of things may happen here and there around the globe, because we have many different connections in the astral, and higher realms of consciousness. So
we have actual, I guess, like a space family that we don't even really know about. I was told that I actually have a family that's in spacecraft, kind of, in atmosphere, looking out for me and my family here. But I don't, they know of me and know that I'm here, but I don't have any idea who they are.
Yeah, yes.
What would you say to that? Does that happen?
Yes, that's true. For people who are here on Earth, being part of the human experience in these great but terrifying times, there's a lot of resistance. So each of us have connections to, of course, to space beings, to star beings, or beings from other dimensions who have been called here, who have been called to manifest themselves here for the purpose of, assisting us, because it is a tough path right now. It is a tough experience right now to be a human being. So that you have described, it's what I will call a star family or galactic family.
Yeah. How would I be able? Could I communicate with them? Is that possible?
Well, what people need to understand is that many times these beings will not choose to communicate directly to your physical mind, because in many cases that kind of interactions will distract you from your experience here on Earth, from your life, from your circumstances that you're meant to explore to evolve your consciousness. So many times they will choose not to interact because there is a law of no intervention that they need to respect.
Yeah, they have to let me figure it out on my own, right?
Exactly. So there will be eventually, no worries, there will be eventually a point in your life, in all people's lives, in which if we allow ourselves to reach to that level of consciousness, of evolution of consciousness, we will be actually able to have this conscious communication or connection with them.
what about spirit guides? Can I get guidance from my spirit guide as to why I'm here?
Oh, you're always guided by them. The point is that they do not necessarily communicate. It will be not quite smart for them to give this information solely to your physical brain, for the matter that the physical brain in the integral of consciousness, it's in the lower kind of like level, or in the structure, so so they basically, most of the communications, most of the guidance, most of the information that they handle to us, it goes to the higher mind or to the subconscious, because it's higher, in the fractal system of consciousness. It's higher levels, so naturally that information will be pulled from our physical mind, will be transferred or communicated to our lower aspects, which is the physical brain, naturally. And that process can take many different forms. Sometimes it will be your own intuition, or a message that you see in your physical reality, or synchronicity, or feeling, or a download that you suddenly know something or have an idea and you didn't know how it came to you. That's how it works. It's a quantum experience. It's a quantum interconnected system of communication.
Yeah. All right. Somebody distracted me talking about Dracos and stuff. Is that out there? Are there actual aliens that are eating humans?
Yeah, that those kind of circumstances, of course, have a place in certain parts of the world or in this density, but yeah, unfortunately it's true, but we do not need to get scared, because those things are really specific. Those things are not quite probable if you have chosen to have an experience here, to evolve. So we not need to worry.
Okay. All right. So we're getting close to question time. If anybody has a question, go ahead and put it in the description box. I would open up the phone lines, but last time the audio went to crap and we had to end the show early. So let's just keep the questions in the chat box for now. So if you have a question and you're listening to this on YouTube or Facebook, I guess for that matter, we're live there too. You can just write a question in the comments section or in the chat box on YouTube, and I will get it here and we will ask Marina your question. So if anybody has any questions, now's the time to ask. Make sure you hit that like button. That's always a good way to help the show. Make sure you subscribe to Conflict Radio. We're going to have Marina on again, and I'm sure many times in the future, because she's fascinating and I enjoy talking to her.
Thank you.
Let me ask you this. I'm going to ask you, what's going on in Antarctica today?
Oh, interesting question. Well, I have had experiences in which I was used for my super soldier abilities and training in Antarctica. So I have recall, and I have also astral experiences there in which I see myself in military clothes, and I am, like being part of this program. I am working. I saw myself entering in some sort of submarines and working with Nazi groups. But you need to understand when there is memory recall of these specific programs, usually memories come randomly, not randomly, because there is science behind it. Neurology studies how memories work, and it has always like a component of like emotion or let's say like an emotional trigger. So for instances, I cannot really choose what I recall or what I don't. It all comes to me depending on what parts of my brain gets excited or triggered or reactivated. So unfortunately, I'm not able to choose freely what to recall and what not. So for example, I might be able to have a random memory in which I am entering into a submarine, as I said, or being with Nazis and working for them. and really specific details that maybe is not even relevant to me, but not have the actual memory of something that is of my preference or of my interest to recall. For those matters, there is services like the hypnotherapy regression sessions, which I have had, in which you can explore more deeply these kinds of memories with guidance. So, but it has to be with professionals, because sometimes when there is trauma, it can be fatal, for a traumatized individual like me, or other survivors. So,
let's see. AJK has a question. He wants to know, or she, I guess, do you remote view?
Yes, that's one of my trainings and abilities that I was naturally born with. That's one of the abilities that I was trained for in the Secret Space program, in the Super Soldier trainings.
Okay.
And I have been witness of how sometimes they will use it, for matters of political matters mostly. For instances, I remember, this is a random memory, but I think it's really interesting. Like I'm really curious about it. For example, when I was in 2017, I was 17 years old, and suddenly I was living my normal life, like daily life. I was studying in high school, and I remember that suddenly I took interest into learning Russian. For no reason at all. I have no reason to learn it, but I had that like strong desire to learn Russian. And as the beings that targeted me, the groups that perform the MK Ultra on me are Germans. They are Nazis. They still have certain conflict with Russian groups. They still have certain, conflict with them. So I learned that as I train my remote viewing, the purpose behind me finding interest in learning Russian language was, for example, that, they will either use remote viewing or astral projection to help me, let's say, spy on others. So
yeah. When you astral project, is there like a cord that connects your spiritual being to your body?
Yes, there is a cord that is called the silver cord, I think.
Yeah. I've heard about it. All right.
Yeah.
So the verbally abusive clown says, I'm a somewhat human evil clown hybrid. Where's my interview? Let me ask you this: Are there human evil clown hybrids out there?
No, this individual is basically mocking me because he's not a believer.
It made me think of that movie with the clowns that invade from outer space. I don't know if you ever seen it. It's like an old 80s movie, invasion of the space clowns or something like that, where I just kind of, is there like a clown species out there?
No, that I'm aware of.
All right, so that's just a human thing then, right? It's not the
yeah.
All right.
He was
verbally
mocking
abusive me. Clown. I guess you don't get an interview. So there you go, buddy. G Don wants to know if you've ever taken shrooms or other drugs to help with your memory reflex. I don't know if they're kind of being a smartass too, or maybe.
No. I never taken any drug.
What about ayahuasca and DMT and things like that? Do you think that helps with? No, I don't mean you. I mean like with other people. Do you think that helps with memory recall of certain things and stuff?
It definitely does, but it is a great tool to, of course, promote these, allow the body to produce this higher amount of DMT, which is the molecule that is most connected to the spirit realm, that is segregated in the pineal gland, that is represented by the third eye, etc. But they are amazing tools, and depending on which specific substance or chemical, component you're using, it will have different effects, on that pineal gland system, But you need to understand that as much as they are good tools, it channels the spirit. That means that even if you set out an intention, Spirit is the one that is, let's say, in control, riding the experience. So if you say, for example, for memory recall, you never know what spirit is going to come with, to allow you to tap into in that experience. So most of the times you really do not have control over what information you're going to tap into in the experience. So
okay, it's interesting stuff. Rachel here has a really good question. Why is CERN trapping protons plus energy? And if our air is filled with electrons from Fiji, can positive entities made of protons still come here?
CERN is a really interesting place for metaphysical experimentation, because our scientists, our scientific community, specifically in the field of physics, there's growth in the number of believers of metaphysical culture or knowledge, because of the studies that were performed back in the day with quantum physics. Once we discovered quantum physics, there was more, let's say, integration of the idea of consciousness in our scientific fields that previously we didn't have before. So in CERN, there is a lot of experimentation right now going on with protons and subatomic particles, because they get that there is something more behind what we have observed so far about energy, and it's that there is a possibility of using eventually what is called free energy for a matter of many different purposes, like, for example, anti-gravity crafts.
Yeah,
that we actually possess, but it's our governments, as you can imagine, that they.
Well, it was all over the newspapers back in the 40s or 50s and 60s that they were pursuing anti-gravity, and then all of a sudden it all just disappeared.
That's the history,
yeah,
that of World War II, specifically of the countries of Austria and Vienna that experimented with this technology, surely. And I was part of that. I had two incarnations that were actually part of occult societies that were in contact with extraterrestrials that will give us this information, this specific physics on anti-gravity technologies.
Yeah, it's amazing. The ties to what's going on right now is to World War II. It's fascinating, and it's funny because you have to remember Operation Paperclip, right? Like
yes, true.
It really happened. I live in Huntsville, Alabama. I'm telling you, it happened. A lot of it came here. AJK, he has a question. Says or she. I guess I'm not really sure. Maybe a he. I guess from the picture I'm looking at there. Says so do you have a warning for us? Is there a warning? Is there something we should watch out for? Do you have a warning of something that we need to be careful of?
Well, I feel certain fear in the question, and I understand, because these are really difficult times for us. But I will suggest that you do not put away so much fear, because it's all fine. We're gonna be fine. But so I wouldn't warn per se, but I will give an advice. On the other hand, what I want to advise people, it's to, again, ground themselves, to not give them power away to people freely, to anyone, to trust themselves, not to develop discernment, and to not give their power away to extraterrestrials, because we need to understand that, because we are so interesting, because we're so interesting for them. There is a lot of beings right now that are here for agenda-based purposes. So I think that we need to empower ourselves and to set out our boundaries, and start choosing, something that is more aligned with our preference. Like, for example, respect of our space,
Yeah. Are there advanced humans like us? I guess that obviously not like us if they're advanced, but I mean more advanced, like human entities out in space, in spacecraft, flying around, doing their own thing. That look exactly like humans do, that are exactly like humans, but they're just advanced and live peacefully in the stars.
Yeah, sure. There's like millions of beings out there. Many of them will look like us, even.
Yeah. All right. Sirachi 1331 says the astral body is in what I call the root world. Everything here has its roots there. Make a change here by making the change first in the root world. What would you think of that? Is he right?
It's a really interesting way to explain universal law that goes by as above, so below, which is a hermetic principle that explains and teaches humanity how the above, which is the astral, the spiritual world, the universe, the space, it's a reflection of the root world, the land, the ground, so the physical. So she's quite correct, or he's quite correct on that matter.
All right. Michael Hester wants to know, is Prince Charles human?
Prince Charles is actually part of a draconian royal lineage, such as any one of the royal British family is. So in a sense, yes, he is a human being, but he is part of this special draconian bloodline. So many people will consider him to be a little bit hybrid,
All right. Well, that's interesting. Can you tell us who else is part of that?
Well, obviously the reptilian. I mean, sorry, the English queen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. G Don wants to know: do you think Lee Harvey Oswald didn't fire a gun that day JFK was killed? Any thoughts on JFK?
Oh, JFK. Yeah. That president actually was killed on purpose because he was aware of the of extraterrestrial UFO interactions, with Earth. He was aware of aliens having visited Earth, and the U.S. military and the U.S. government having detailed information about these interactions and these crafts, these technologies, these species. So he was actually planning to start the agenda of disclosure, to start disclosing these documents eventually. So certain people that were not interested in this happening eventually killed him for that matter.
All right. Smooth as Fast wants to know, does Marina connect with the angelic realm? If so, what is it like for you?
Yes, I do connect with the angelic realm. What it is for me, it's that basically I let myself be guided, by the heart space instead of so much the mind or the aspects of myself that are not so much in integrity, because we're not perfect, of course, so we have things to evolve eventually. So for me, the experience of have a connection with the angelic realm, it's a beautiful connection. It's a really beautiful experience because you feel the presence, that constant presence of this Christ, consciousness, this higher fractal, aspect of consciousness that is more of a divine nature, actually pulling me to connect with that heart, that heart space, and be driven by that, not by anything else.
What about loved ones that we've had in life that have moved on, like somebody's parents died or somebody's sister died or something? Are they still out there somewhere and they're able to communicate, or?
Yes, they are. They eventually even communicate. Become our guides.
Okay, that's pretty neat. AJK and G Don says, "Killer Clowns from Outer Space." That was the name of that movie we were talking about before. Srirachi says everybody here seriously needs to meditate. David Gosling with a super chat. Thank you so much. Looks like $10, I guess. He lost an hour in December. He says prior I heard clicks MK Ultra. I realized the tiny lump behind my ear had gone and replaced with a tiny square. Would Marina say I am likely being controlled?
Well, if you have had experiences of missing time and strange, phenomena in your body when it comes to implants and marks, etc. Yeah, I will question that maybe you're part of these agendas, or maybe you're a target. Not necessarily, sorry, the MK Ultra, but it can be a My Love experience, which basically stands for military abduction.
All right. Do you have? I guess AJK's being serious. Asked the question like 5 times. Do you have 5 or 6 fingers and toes?
No, I have 5 fingers and toes.
Okay. I wasn't going to ask. I was ignoring it for the longest time because I was just assuming. He's like, no, I'm being serious. Like, really ask the question. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Let me ask you a little bit while I search for the next question. What kind of training did you have to go through to be a part of this secret space program, to be a super soldier?
They use many kinds of psychic trainings that they eventually studied with detail back in the 40s and 50s, in that period of time. They were studying, the governments were studying psychic children because it was a phenomenon, there. And so MK Ultra pretty much make that connection with those studies, on dark psychology or metaphysical, psychology, like this, aspects of science, of what people will call pseudoscience right now. Basically, they have many different activities or training that, again, they studied in detail. And so for me, for example, it was repeated, like training with cards. Now, I know many people think that those cards are the center cards, these ones that have symbols and numbers, sometimes depending. In my experience, there were more than 5 cards. So I'm not sure, in my memory recalls, I'm not sure how the activity or the training worked exactly. But I saw myself with a really big deck of cards, and I was forced to train continuously. So repetition after repetition, it really makes you psychic. It's a tough training. It's really consistent.
Yeah, it sounds interesting. Hey, send him my name, will you? Tell him to come get me. I want to train.
Sure.
That'd be great.
Yes.
No problem. I'm working on it. I got the platform here. We go.
Yeah, right. Sure.
It says, Patrick Wilson says, why are you making it all complicated? People just need to love one another. That's it. It's that simple. And, it is that simple, isn't it? I was thinking about, all these news stations where it's negative all day, every day, 24 hours a day, negative news in your face. Why do we not have a news channel that just has reporters out there reporting on all of the great things that are happening in the world? Wouldn't that be awesome?
Well, it will definitely be awesome. But if you really choose to experience that, you can ask that to the universe, and you can actually put yourself in a path that will manifest such choice, such preference. So.
All right. Number of Things wants to know, can you please ask Marina if she thinks the Earth is flat or not?
Oh, definitely no. And I can tell you a really interesting note on that matter. What I have observed about that flat Earth theory, it's that it was a psyop. It was an operation. It was a government operation, not just for matters of experimentation, to prove if they can really create such a contradictive or conflictive belief system, and introducing into people's consciousness, and to create a movement, that supported that statement. There was another more important reason behind that, and it's to target the communities, the spiritual communities mostly, or the metaphysical ufology communities, to actually believe that the earth is flat, so that we will not become aware of the fact that there is an inner earth, that there are civilizations living inside of earth, because there's a lot of history when it comes to why there is people living inside of the earth, the hollow earth, the famous hollow earth. So
Yeah, yeah. I've had a star seed on the show before that says that the Earth's core is really like the sun for down there, and that
yes.
everything walks around upside down, and there's dinosaurs down there and everything. Is that true?
Well, I'm not sure I will validate that idea of dinosaurs, because those are species that eventually become extinct by hybridizing with other groups.
Uh-huh.
But I validate that idea that there is an inner sun and that there is inner civilizations.
Yeah, and it's fascinating too, because I was just watching a special somewhere where they found this huge, I guess, void or something down in the earth that
But as a side comment, even if the majority of them become extinct, maybe there's a possibility that some of them, survive, alone.
Yeah.
So,
and do you think the entrance is in Antarctica?
Yes, there is. There is. That's why the Nazis went there.
How big is it?
It's like a tunnel. I eventually went there in the astral, in another body with the Nazis, into Hollow Earth, to that entrance. Sorry, is a tunnel, and that tunnel is actually connected or aligned with a really specific star in the sky. Because it's an energetic portal.
Yeah, I just got a streaming problem. It's funny, as soon as you start talking about that, our stream starts to get interfered with. Not quite human wants to know: are Nazis on the moon?
Yeah, 100% true. They are, because in my secret space program experiences, I saw myself in the moon, working with the Greys that are helping the Nazis basically in their agendas.
Wow, and so World War II kind of never ended, did it?
Never. That's what we are right now.
All right. G Don wants to know: is Emery Smith a hybrid lizard humanoid? I'm not really sure who that is.
Yeah, well, Emery Smith, it's a whistleblower like me and like other beings, like other people in the community. I personally haven't seen much of his material, but I have seen some of his presentations on Gaia TV, and I do not believe he's lizard hybrid. I do not have any crystallized opinion on him, because I do not have enough let's say evidence or what, but that's not my first impression on him. To me, he is military that has had experiences, and I think that he's a disclosure agent basically, but I have no solid, let's say, opinion on him.
Do you think I have a question based on, and I might as well give Srirachi some credit here, because I have a question based on this comment. He says, I began lucid dreaming for years before I was able to remember what happens and carry it on from night to night. Time isn't the same there. What I learned there, I bring back here. I can live for years. Let me ask you this: based on his statement, is that a different reality? Is that a real reality with dreaming?
Oh, it definitely is a real reality. It is as real as your physical reality. In fact, when you wake up in the spiritual realm, in the dream state, you will perceive the opposite. You will perceive that this is the dream and that's the wake state. But as that is a different aspect of your consciousness here will not perceive it that way. So it goes like that. But it is real, and it's true that time is experienced differently there, because it's all time and space. The connection and the relationship between each other varies in between dimensions and planes of consciousness, because it is a creation of consciousness. Time is a not real construct, that is rather like an illusion that is created by consciousness itself.
Yeah, it's amazing when you really get down to thinking about what life really is, isn't it?
Yes, it is amazing.
Don Juan wants to know: is the moon a space station?
Well,
certainly. Is it a real moon?
No, it's artificial. I mean, no. What I believe, I have no solid evidence or perspective yet, because there's many theories. But what I believe is that it was a natural satellite that was carved inside. So to create, let's say, these different bases, to control or to monitor Earth, but there are also theories that think is artificial. But either way, artificial or not, it has been modified to act as that, to have bases,
How long ago did that happen, you think?
Oh, thousands and eons of time ago,
Wow. Yeah. All right. AJK says, do you know anything about missing 411? And I guess missing 411 is kind of like, missing kids, missing people all over the planet, all over the earth, like national parks, all kinds of stuff. Obviously, there's an entity that's taking a lot of people, right?
Well, it could be many things. So there's not like a specific answer to that question, because there's many different realities or groups that are focused on that, have that interest of abducting people. So I cannot give like one answer to that, one specific answer.
All right. Patrick Wilson says, ask her, is Donald Trump really the devil? Is Trump like in any kind connected to any of this that's going on?
Well, any president, I'm telling you that any president for sure has at least certain extraterrestrial connection. Like not anyone gets there, to be a representative of big governments, So it's true that whoever that gets to be in charge or even elected, has to have a really special, not really special necessarily, but at least a special connection. But no, I do not support that he's the devil. I have no comments on that.
Yeah, I mean, they've really gone after him kind of hard. You got to wonder,
Yeah, well, he's meant
what it is they're going after him so hard for.
Yeah, well,
the deep state wants to take him down like nobody's business.
Yeah. Well, that's not my country, so I have no much info about your politics, but I have tapped into it, and
it's the deep state, I mean, yes. they're trying to create a global political system, aren't they? I mean, a one world government, yeah. All right, Srirachi says, do you know of any type of protection for the astral body, the body aliens abduct, while you physically stay in bed?
Yes. But the better protection that you can ever have is to not invite that experience to manifest in your life eventually. By fearing something to manifest, you're basically giving that vibration away to the universe, and what you put out, you receive back, because that's a universal law. So the best kind of protection, apart from meditations and visualizations of golden bubbles of light, protecting you, that are really valid, to not fear something to happen, it's the best way to stay protected, as you say.
All right. Number of things says machine elves are jinn. When we see jinn, we are seeing their dreaming bodies as their inorganic bodies live inside black holes. Do you know anything about the jinn?
No.
Okay. What about machine elves?
No idea.
Machine elves are those creatures that people see in when they're doing DMT and stuff.
I have no experience on that matter,
Yeah,
so I really cannot give an answer to that
Yeah,
question.
it's
Sorry.
probably some kind of hallucination or something. I think
Yes.
some people think that they're real creatures.
Well, they are real, but in their reality, not in our reality.
Yeah, there you go. That's your reality, man. Keep
Yes.
your own. Reptiles are good-blooded, right? I'm looking for a question. Okay, here we go. Oh, here's a good one. The She Logic says, is there only one of you as a clone hybrid, or is there another clone of you, or maybe more?
Oh, I am sure that I have more than one clone.
Right. Have you ever met any of your other
In
clones?
the astral, I mean, my experiences there in the astral, yes, I've seen my consciousness purposely leaving one body, one vessel there, and getting inside another one.
So do you think clones of the same person share the same consciousness?
Yes and no. It's sharing the same principle, general consciousness, like the holistic, let's say, expression of me as an individual. But as our consciousness is fractal and we have many layers, many aspects of ourself that exist in different layers of awareness, as I said previously, they channel different aspects. Each body, as I explained, channel different aspects of our consciousness. So it wouldn't be the same me, the same principal personality that I am here.
All right. Sriracha here makes a good point. He says inner Earth may not even be a physical place. Do you think that it's actually a physical place?
It is a physical place, but it has truth, his statement, because many of those inner Earth people are actually from a higher density than us. So to beings that are third density based, they will not be probably able to perceive them. It's like an alternate reality.
Yeah, I mean the gravity there could be totally different. Like us up here on the surface might not be able to handle the gravity of the inner Earth, right? We'll be squished to the ground like a bug, or we'd float up and get sucked into the sun. Right? I mean, or is gravity the same, you think? Can I walk down there and walk right into the tunnel and be totally fine? Is the gravity the same?
In a sense, to my experience and my exploration on matter, it is, but depending, it could be different depending on the curvature of the Earth. So
yeah.
But I believe it's the same, because we're saying that there's a whole Earth, not that it should adapt to the sphere, geometrical structure of the planet. So,
all right,
not that we are all facing like the inner sun like that,
All right, just so we know, guys, I guess we're gonna wrap the show up soon. So I guess any further questions we won't be able to answer, but I do want to finish the ones that are already here, if that's okay with you, Marina.
Sure, I would love to.
All right, so Mary Kay wants to know: are the poles going to shift anytime soon?
Yes, we are in the midst, in the middle, of the process of the phenomenon, let's say, of a pole shift.
It happens slow, doesn't it?
It is, and scientists, our scientific community, are starting to be witnesses of this and have evidence. They are observing how the magnetic, not the geographical, of course, but the magnetic pole of the magnetic North Pole is actually placing itself back. I mean lower, in the sphere, in Earth,
Yeah, well,
so it's moving.
Some people that say that the whole crust it gets loose and spins.
The whole what?
Like the Earth's crust is going to shift. Like the whole crust of the Earth is going to turn. But he doesn't quite know what unlocks it yet. But he says it's going to happen soon, and that's a Suspicious Observers channel.
Well, when there is pole shifts, certainly it affects the environment and the ecosystems on Earth, because every life on Earth is sustained by the magnetosphere, because the magnetosphere is basically what protects us from solar radiation and solar wind phenomena. So it will definitely have effect, like environmental effects, in our ecosystems and our land. So that's true. We might expect that to happen, but we are not yet sure of the specific movements of the pole shift, of the poles, of the magnetic poles of Earth. So,
Yeah. And she also says, are we heading into a mini ice age, not global warming?
no, actually, I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure if it will be rather an ice age rather than the global warming. That is something that I'm still investigating and channeling and tapping into.
I think the entire crust is going to turn, and the
Yes,
ice,
like bullshit rebels.
yeah, and the
Reversal.
ice that we see in Canada and North America, and in New York and northern New Jersey, all of that ice is going to be, because that's where that's closer to the North Pole now, where it's the crust of the whole planet that turns. I would recommend you guys go check out Suspicious Observer and look for his disaster playlist, and there's some interesting stuff there. Davy Jones Locker, I haven't seen his question, but he always asks every guest, how does Sasquatch fit into all of this?
The Sasquatch people, they are the original hominids or species, native species that were living here in Earth, among the rest, of
So that was Earth. Those were Earth. That's Earth's original people.
Yes, and some of them eventually evolved to another dimension. So that's why they are no longer seen. And sometimes eventually some people are able to witness them, because sometimes they are a vibrational match, because they visit this dimension or because they visit their dimension. But another aspect, another version, or part of them where let's say, canvas, for the Anunnaki to create us as their children. They use their genetic material to create humanity as a species. So
yeah, that's actually probably the best explanation I've heard. So the she logic, I think your question's been answered. That's fascinating to think about. Yeah, you're right. I mean, that would make a lot of sense.
yes.
Caroline Reiki wants to know, Marina, what is at the end of the universe, at the very end?
Oh, that question is not correct. It's not accurate. There's no end of the universe, because there has never been a beginning.
So it just goes on and on and on. It's infinite, isn't it?
It has always been on.
Oh, there you go. That's a good question too. Okay, let's see.
I love those kind of questions.
Yeah, that's a good one, right? It's so easy, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. So it looks like, I guess I'm looking here. Oh, here we go. The She Logic says, are there any human Sasquatch hybrids?
I guess
Holy Shore, right?
Yes, I guess those are us. Except that the human aspect of that hybrid makes it's Anunnaki, not us.
Oh,
but
that's
I'm not
true.
sure.
That's
Yeah,
true, isn't it? That'd be us.
yes.
That'd be us. There you go. Wow, that's fascinating. Wow. All right. So, any parting advice you want to give, I guess, before we wrap things up? What if you could tell all of us some advice on how to go forward in this timeline that we're currently in? What would it be?
Well, reading the energy of the people in the chat collectively and generally of people listening, I concluded that I think that the best advice or message to give away is that yes, we live in pretty interesting times. Yes, there is a lot of things going on here, there, right, left, up, down, in many different dimensions, many different things. We live in a narrative. There is a history to who we are, but we need to move forward in the best way, to the best timeline, to the best possibility in the universe, in the cosmos. We need to start looking, instead of so much outside, also inside. We need to understand that the outside, as I said, is a reflection of the inside, because we are creators of our reality. So we need to become, if you really truly want to navigate this field or this community or these topics, of the universe safely and in the way that is the most preferred for you, you really need to consider the idea of spiritual evolution, spiritual awakening, to awake to the fact that you are not just a human having, an isolated experience in a random place on Earth or the universe. You are an immensely powerful creator. You are God. It's not that you are a God, but you are God. We are all that creator, that divine God that is responsible for the existence of everything that exists ever in the universe. So just because we're experiencing ourselves as an individual in a planet, in a random location in the universe, it's not really random.
Yeah, I need to get some Conflict Radio t-shirts that say I am an alien Bigfoot hybrid.
It is not a coincidence. You are here for a reason. You are needed. So you need to focus more inside to have more clarity of what is going on outside, because it's all a projection and a reflection of who you are. So the more peace, the more harmony that you achieve with yourself in your inner, in your inside world, the more of that harmony that you will see reflected as an evidence of your creator energy in the outside, So look inside, make sure to tune into the frequency of love, to the frequency of unity, to stop fighting so much, to stop battling so much, to resist so much, and let go, allow everything to happen, but without giving your power away. Make sure that you place your boundaries, that you empower yourself, that you redefine who you prefer to be and what is that you prefer to experience in this universe, because you are here. No matter what, no matter how tiny we think we are big beings, we are great beings, and your opinion counts because it is your reality. So you're always being heard by the universe. So make sure that you put outside, you give give away, you state to the universe what is that you prefer for yourself. You make it clear, you say it out loud through your inner voice, and let the universe do the magic, and do the work, do the spiritual work. If you truly want to experience a better timeline for humanity, and love yourself and meditate.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, we are waking up, aren't we? I think we're
yes.
I think we're going. I think we're going in the right direction, and I think it has a lot to do with the fact that as the Earth and the Sun is coming into more of a the light side of the universe, right? Where our whole solar system is moving into the light, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks so much. Where can anybody find you? Where can anybody find where you are? Can find your stuff?
Yes. So, well, thank you so much for having me in your show.
No, I mean, you want to tell everybody where they can find you?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I haven't heard that.
I probably didn't say it right. I'm like lost in my mind. I'm mind blown over here from the show.
Yes, sure. They can search me on Facebook with my name, Marina Seren. I have a page there, and I have a profile in which I post information publicly, in my page. And I also have a web page that goes www.marinaseren.com. And I have a variety of things there. I have channelings, I have downloads, I have information of experiences. I have posts, I have a blog, I have pictures of abduction mirrors that I have received, of videos that I caught on tape of UFOs, of drawings that I made of beings I've seen. So it's basically like a place that you can find a lot of the information on services that I offer. So yeah, that's my page, and you can serve me there, and you can email me if you wish.
Yeah, and all of your links are in the description box below, so definitely go down there and check it out. You also have a YouTube channel that I put a link to down there, but you don't have any videos up yet.
Yeah, I am planning to start making videos by this approximately summer, I think.
You have 700 subscribers on YouTube.
Yes.
Not one video. I found that.
I know, right?
So good for you. You're make sure you go there and subscribe so that when Marina does make a YouTube video, you get to be one of the first to know.
Yeah.
So hang on a minute, Marina. Let me wrap this up, and I want to talk to you a little bit off the air, if you don't mind. Thanks, Blue Chicken, for modding, and Paul and all my mods today. Great job. I appreciate everybody being respectful as always. Remember, you can always find Conflict Radio online. Just go to www.conflictradio.net. You can find us on Apple, iTunes, Spreaker, and all of your normal podcast catchers. I'm going to be back on Thursday. We're going to be talking to Geraldine Orozco on Thursday. I'm going to try to talk Marina into joining us on Thursday, but I have no idea what she's going to say. I'll ask her that when we're off the show. But if there's not a show on Thursday, guys, it means I'm sick with COVID and I had to reschedule. And I apologize for that. My wife's really, really sick right now. I'm planning. She just came down with it this morning, last night. So I am expected to get this. Who knows when? But I'm expecting it. I'm taking precautions. I'm doing what I can to try to lighten my load. But we'll see how it goes. And remember, everybody, until next time, batten down the hatches and be safe. All right, I think we're clear. Let me turn this off. I see a lot of you are still here. Awesome. I guess it's getting light out here already in Alabama. It is 5:48 a.m. Let's get this third one going. I've been hanging out with you guys in the chat. It's been fun, but I want to give this one a listen, and then we'll wrap this up. I guess I gotta share it first. Huh? I gotta hit the share screen button. It's Pearl Harbor Day today, so I guess it's really early here in the States. It's 3:30 a.m. here. I know my Australian peeps are excited, and so is my guest, Anthony Peake, because I'm up early and he's not. And Anthony Peake grew up in Wirral, near Liverpool, England. He was educated at Wirral Grammar School, Warwick University, and the London School of Economics. He is a member of the Institute of Noetic Sciences, the Scientific and Medical Network, and the Society for Psychic Research. His YouTube channel is absolutely fascinating. I suggest you get over there. You could get lost in his videos for hours and hours and hours. Anthony Peake, this is your second time on Conflict Radio. We had you way back in episode 12. We actually went live and replayed that episode earlier, and we had commentary on it with all of the people that are following this show now, and everybody agrees you're an amazing guest. You're an amazing man, an amazing brain that we're lucky enough to have in the world today. Welcome to Conflict Radio. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm just amazed that you're up so bright and early over there in the States. But here it's a little bit more civilized. It's around about 9:40, so it's quite good for me. So at least I won't fall asleep. Normally when I'm doing these shows, it's the other way around. So I'm bright and bushy-tailed.
You know, I feel pretty good. We got done. We did the earlier show. We rebroadcast it because, you know, I mean, we were a newer show then, so a lot of people didn't get to hear it. And we rebroadcast it to a bigger audience this time and had some really good feedback on it. And I went right into the bed and took a nap and woke up and I'm ready to go. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's 3:30 to me. It's just showtime. So
It just hit you. It'll hit you later. It'll hit you later.
yeah, when it's over with, and I'm sitting down like, oh shit, I got to go to bed. It's like 8 in the morning.
Absolutely.
All right, so I want to talk to you about your new book, Cheating the Ferryman. It's not out yet, but it's coming out, I believe, in June, right?
Correct, June the 1st. Yeah.
All right, June 1st.
Both in the States and in UK, and probably in Australia as well.
Now this idea, it fascinates me, of cheating the ferryman, because I've always had a belief in my own mind. I used to have deja vu when I was younger, and I always thought that, I'll never forget it. I remember I was sitting down and I was cutting a potato or something. I think I was 15 or 16 years old, and I literally had to put the knife down, and I was like, oh my God, I've done this before. I remember doing this exact thing. I was in this exact place doing this before. And as I've gotten older, I feel like I don't have deja vu anymore. And I think it's because I changed my past life, because I believe that and this is something I've believed in a long time, that when you die, you have an opportunity to come back and live your exact same life again. And I believe that intuition or gut feelings that you have in your gut or in your stomach are basically your memories of that past life telling you, don't go that way, or don't open that door. You've done that already, and that doesn't go well. What am I hitting the nail on the head, or what?
Michael, you've hit it so perfectly. I would suspect that if you'd got your act together and written a book on it, you'd have probably written my books for me, because that is exactly the position I take on this. Absolutely. You're one of the few people that have interviewed me that have really just got it before we've even started discussing it. Because for me, I've experienced deja vu experiences, or what we could argue as deja vu, already lived for many years. And rather like yourself, I was rather intrigued as to discovering, as I got older, the incidence of deja vu's drop off. Now, funnily enough, there's been research done on this. We all suspect that this is the case, but there has been objective academic research done on this. And there were at least 2 academic papers written on this subject. And yes, this is a consistency. It seems that the older you get, the less deja vus you experience. And of course, as you rightly observe, that could be explained simply by the fact that if you're living in an instantation or a simulation of your life, and you live your life many times, there will be, of course, a point in your life where you'll have taken a different path to the path you took last time. And of course, deja vus can't occur because it's all novel to you, it's all new to you. And therefore, there are no deja vus. But interestingly enough, in my last book, the one before that, Opening the Doors of Perception, I've done a considerable amount of research on the subject and discovered that deja vu does start again. And it starts again towards the end of your life. When you get to within a year or 2 of your own future demise, deja vu start again. And it's called late onset deja vu. And there's a guy called Chris Moulon of the University of Leeds over here in the UK, and his associate, Akira O'Connor, who has been doing research into this. And of course, they have no explanations for this. They just are looking at the analysis. But again, I would argue that what's taking place here is the body's getting ready, or your mind is getting ready to going back again. It's getting ready to going back to living your life again. And old memories are starting to be evoked. Because, of course, one of the most fascinating phenomena is when you get older, your memories of your early childhood start to come up again. It happened with my mother and various other people I know, where suddenly they're back remembering childhood memories that they'd long forgotten. And I think this is evidence for my concept of cheating the ferryman. Just one final point on this is that, of course, if you read most books on psychology and neurology, even in recent years, they will state that deja vu is fully understood. The deja vu isn't. At the last count, there were 72 different theories of deja vu, including my own, by the way. There was a book on deja vu written about 5 or 6 years ago by an American university professor, and he listed 72 different versions. And the one that's cited the most is something called the Efron hypothesis, which was put forward in 1962 by a guy called Robert Efron. And basically, it's called the visual pathways hypothesis. And the idea is that, in simple terms, your non-dominant hemisphere processes the image of the external world a split second before your dominant hemisphere does, and you get the feeling that you've experienced it twice. But of course, anybody out there, and you probably, Michael, yourself know that when you have a deja vu experience, it's far more profound than that.
Yeah.
It's the overall sensation, as you have, and as the definition of it is the literal definition of a deja vu sensation, and I never get it fully right, but it is a remembering of something that you're experiencing now that you have experienced at some undefined time in your past. Because that's the whole point, isn't it? It's undefined. You don't know when. You just sense it.
Yeah, it's a weird feeling. It really is, like when it really does happen, because like you're right. You literally you get it. You get it right away. Like, oh my God, I'm doing this again. Why am I doing this again? And I'm trying to think of, well, maybe I was doing this again, like, or doing this before or something. And I'm like, no, like this, I'm completely doing this for the first time, but yet I'm doing it again. It was one of the weirdest things.
And you have that feeling, don't you? There's a kind of a shiver that goes down your spine. There's this kind of weird otherworldliness about it, which is so difficult to define. And the sensation is, wow, this is just so strange. Now, the Efron hypothesis, if it was valid, it would be about 0.5 of a second delay. But it's the overall sensation. It's everything about the feeling that you're having and everything else. Now, there's an associate of mine, Dr. Arthur Funkhauser, who is a quantum physicist by training, by the way. He's an expert in holograms, but he's also a Jungian analyst. He's an American, but he lives in Switzerland. And he has a fascinating take on this, and he calls it the dream theory of deja vu. And this is that you have recently had a precognitive dream. And in the dream, you've dreamt the events you are now living. And of course, this would explain it, because sometimes, don't you get this? Sometimes you have a dream and you forget it. You forget the dream. And then suddenly something will happen during your day or a few days later, which will stimulate the memory of the dream.
Oh, yeah.
And Art argues that this is what's happening. Now, I've discussed this with Art on many occasions. And again, Art is somebody I've interviewed a couple of times on my own podcast. And Art and I agree that the problem here is that you're then explaining something by something else that's inexplicable, because you have to then explain how it is that you can have precognitive dreams, don't you? Because modern science doesn't agree that precognition is possible. I have various hypotheses as to how it can be possible, but how can you have a dream of an event that is yet to take place?
Yeah.
Now, but clearly we do. Precognitive dreaming is common. It's known.
Let me ask you this, Anthony, because this is what curiates me, or I guess it's curious to me about this entire theory. And I guess it's a theory, right? A
hypothesis. Yeah. Even people would argue it's a hypothesis at best, cheating the ferryman, possibly even just speculation. And
but
I'm quite happy to accept that.
It's funny because it falls in line with exactly what I think is going on, me personally. Now, when we come back and we I die and I come back and I'm starting my life over, am I actually starting my life over in the same time or life that my parents are having? And what I'm trying to get at is it possible that if it's my 50th life, is it also my parents' 50th life, meaning that they're changing things as well, therefore my existence will be different? Or is it only my existence that is being repeated?
That's a very, very good question, an excellent question, and clearly very well thought through. That is one of the interesting aspects of Cheating the Ferryman as a model. And in my previous book, sometimes in terms of my work, you have to read my previous work in order to understand where I'm going with the new work, because I argue that not only that going back to the quantum physics, I suppose, and again, people who read my work know that I really do the quantum physics. I don't just drop the word quantum in because it's strange and it's weird. You know, I go back to things such as the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and Pauli exclusion principle and various other ideas within quantum mechanics. But one of the and this is fascinating, there is something called entanglement. And it is an effect whereby if you put two subatomic particles in the same quantum state and then you separate them, they act as one particle, they act as a single particle. Now, when the singularity of the Big Bang 13.4 billion years ago, everything was a single object. It was entangled. And everything that's come out of the Big Bang and has been expanding outwards for the 13.8 billion years or whatever it is, are still in some form of communication, which means that everything is related to everything else, which means that every molecule of your body is related to every other molecule, but every other molecule of your parents' bodies, a sandstorm on a planet going around Alpha Centauri, they're all linked in one way or another. And indeed, a few years ago, I chatted with a very famous British quantum cosmologist and physicist called Jeff Forshaw, who's professor of quantum physics at Manchester University. And Jeff turned around to me over coffee and said, of course, we know that every electron in the universe knows the location of every other electron. Now, this again is serious science. This is not crazy. So it means that when we have this feeling of individuality, that we are us, we are my ego, that's not what science is telling us. Science is telling us that we are everything and everything is us. So suddenly the concept of our parents and our grandparents and everybody else that we, including you and I and everybody listening to this, we are much more deeply related at a deeper level of reality. Now, this is again what the Buddhists believe. It's what Ayurveda Vedanta believes. So these are beliefs that go back right into history. So it's nothing new. I'm not saying anything new here, but what I'm doing is the science of it. But then we have a very interesting idea, and it came out in a paper written around about 6 or 7 months before he died by the British quantum physicist Stephen Hawking. And he wrote a paper with a guy called Thomas Hertog, who is a Dutch researcher at Seren. And they came up with something, it's a variation on Everett's many worlds interpretation, and it was something called the top-down hypothesis of quantum physics. And get this, they believe, and they suggested in the paper that from the very billionth, trillionth of a second, or the femtosecond from the Big Bang, every event that could possibly happen from every outcome of every decision and every subatomic interaction is already encoded in the universe. It already exists out there. And what brings about a particular timeline or another is effectively our choices that we make physiologically. So, in other words, you and I are making choices all the time. I can choose to say certain words now. I could choose to make others say other words, but that already exists as a potentiality. But then if we look at our analysis of living our lives again, it means that your life could be 1 million lives and 1 million different lives, because every decision that's been made by your ancestors have all affected and created an outcome that has potentiality. So, for instance, your parents could have decided to emigrate to Australia. I mean, my parents, for instance, were planning to emigrate to Tasmania just before I was born, but my grandmother was ill. But there will be a reality that I will have been brought up in Tasmania, and that exists. In some reality, that exists. And it means that everybody is making decisions all the time, but we live within our own created universe. There's something in quantum physics called the collapse of the wave function. And to put it in simple terms, it means that every subatomic particle that comes into existence, before it is observed by a consciousness, your consciousness or mine, it is literally a statistical wave. It doesn't exist in reality. It's non-physical and it doesn't exist. All it has is the statistical potentiality of being in one location or another. The minute you observe or measure that subatomic particle, it brings it into existence, which means there's a direct relationship between us and the observer and the external world you experience. if that makes sense. So it is far more complex. And I believe that what we're existing within is what I call an instantation. I'm using the term used by a guy called Dr. Andrew Gallimore, who's a neuroscientist, British neuroscientist who lives in Japan. And he's written a fascinating book on this, and he links this to DMT and everything else. But the argument in instantation is like a simulation, but it's more subtle than that, because a simulation suggests that it's simulated from something else. It's a copy of something else. It's more intriguing than that. We all exist within our own worldview, but we also interact with other people, if that makes sense. Does that make sense at all?
Yeah, it sounds to me like what you're saying is that we could probably live 1 billion lives and every single one of them be different just based on the people's changes around us.
Correct, because effectively, we know, as was famously said, no man is an island. And everything we do is affected by the decisions of other people. Your wife might have decided not to marry you. She might have gone off with the other guy that she was going out with when you met her, or whatever. And these micro, my tiny decisions. But of course, as somebody said to me recently, it gets even more intriguing than this, because when you were born, your embryo, your zygote, when it was first brought together between your mother's egg and your father's sperm, there are literally hundreds of millions of sperm, and each sperm carries a slightly different message, DNA message. So depending on what sperm managed to cause you and make your mother's egg start to split, it could, again, there's so many chances involved there. So you could be a myriad of other people. And the same goes for the eggs, because your mother's egg, once a month, it changes. So, it was a myriad chance that
but if it's a different sperm, then technically it wouldn't be you, right? I mean,
well, do
you think it'd be you, or is that the part where our souls would become different, or is our soul coming into or is our consciousness coming into this? Our consciousness is coming into the egg. We just don't know. Like it's the same consciousness inside every sperm.
Well, this is exactly it. I mean, in my previous books, like The Infinite Minefield, I'm fascinated by the idea that there's a consciousness field and that consciousness is prime, that everything we perceive around us, in fact, is a brain-generated or something generated holographic illusion. Not an illusion, it's, as I say, it's more of an instantation. But what is consciousness? And of course, in my previous books, I discuss this in great detail, because nobody knows. It's called a hard problem of science, the idea of how inanimate matter in my brain, how is it that chemicals reacting with electricity in my brain create me, create my thoughts, my feelings, my dreams, my hopes. Because when it comes down to reducing it, all they are atoms reacting in fields, electromagnetic fields. And yet it creates you. So clearly there is some kind of magic trick going on, whereby when these things come together in a particular configuration, this is what modern science will argue, that when everything in the brain comes together in a particular configuration, suddenly, spontaneously, and from nowhere, life comes about and consciousness comes about. But they're not even at first stage as to knowing how that process occurs, because atoms and fields are not consciousness. They're very different things. Consciousness is non-physical. They argue that it is an epiphenomenon of brain behaviors, but they don't know the process by which it happens. Now, this is a huge mystery. And in the mid-1990s, a young Australian philosopher called David Chalmers stood up at the University of Arizona and said that modern science has two challenges. It has the easy problem, which is understanding how the brain works, how neurochemicals work, how neurotransmitters work. And then there's the hard problem, which is the thing I just said, as to how consciousness comes about. But if consciousness is prime, if everything is a projection of consciousness, that solves the problem. In other words, all my brain is doing, it is acting as a receiver of the consciousness field. And it is receiving the information like a radio picks up a radio signal. So my feeling that I'm embodied in a meat machine is purely and simply because that's the illusion that takes place, because I'm looking out of my eyes and I'm hearing things through my ears, which makes me have the sense that I'm located, 4 or 5 inches behind my eyes. But if we had eyes on our kneecap, we'd feel that we were located in our kneecap. And this would then explain, if consciousness is outside of the body, it can explain many things. But quantum physics is moving into that direction now anyway. Non-locality is telling us that there's something deeper. And this something deeper, modern science is discovering, they have no term for it, they call it the quantum vacuum. And the quantum vacuum is this huge energy field that exists where there shouldn't be any energy. It's also called the 0-point field. And I believe that's where the encoding of the universe, because I believe that ultimately everything we perceive is mathematical. Everything we perceive is digital. Our consciousness even is digital. We are digital receivers. And consciousness is a processor whereby it brings into reality digital information and projects it outwards. And we're all doing this all the time. And each of us is doing this, and every consciousness is doing this. And above all those consciousness, this is where it gets intriguing, is that above each consciousness, I argue that within each of us, the everyday consciousness that's living this life linearly, I call the eidolon. The person that just lives the life from life to death and doesn't remember any of their previous lives, and lives within the simulation is an eidolon. But there is an element of us which I call the daemon, which is universal. The daemon is your game player. The daemon is that bit of you that remembers you've lived this life before. And it is your guide. It is the voice you hear. It is the instincts you have. Even some people would argue it's your guardian angel. And this is a known phenomenon. It has been discussed for millennia. The word daemon is actually from the Greek.
Or spirit guide even, right?
Or spirit guide, yeah. And it guides you, rather like a game player guides an on-screen sprite when playing a computer game. Like Lara Croft, she runs down a corridor, monster comes out and he kills her. That she is then dead. Her eidolon is dead. But the daemon is the game player, and the daemon recreates her again, has her reborn, and a new eidolon starts. And she runs down the corridor, and for some reason she feels she shouldn't run into that room, and she doesn't. So she's allowed to go a bit further into the instantation. And of course, then the daemon gleans more information about the environment she's within, which means that next time round, it is more willing and able to protect its eidolon, to help it get it through the dangers of life. In the new book, I then argue that there is more levels to this. And I argue that above the daemon is something I call the uber daemon, which is the collective unconscious of humanity, of all of us. It's a singular consciousness that we are all individuated from.
The creator, so to speak.
Almost, because then I say above that is then the go daemon, which is effectively everything that there is. Within the Kabbalah, they have a concept called the Or Ein Sof. And within Vedanta, they have the idea of Brahman. And in most religions, they have this idea of this God beyond God, this whatever the intelligence is. And we are all emanations of that. And we all emanate then into the Uber daemon, which is Jung's collective unconscious. And then there's the daemon, which is your own personal tutelary spirit.
Yeah.
Then there is you as the eidolon. Again, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Let me ask you real quick, if you could explain to people why the title Cheating the Ferryman. What do you mean by ferryman? I mean, I know, but other people I'm sure don't.
It's the ancient Greeks used to believe that when somebody died, you'd need to place 2 small coins over the eyes. These coins were called oboli. Sometimes they'd place them over the eye of the corpse, and sometimes they'd place them underneath the tongue of the corpse. And the reason they did this was they believed that when the person died, they became a shade, which is like a disembodied spirit. And this disembodied spirit would find itself on the banks of a huge river. And out of the mists of the river would come Charon, the boatman. And Charon would offer to ferry the dead person across the river Styx to the land of the dead. But to do so, he would need to be paid. And this is where the oboli come in. So the shade would pay the oboli, and Charon would take the person over to the land of the dead. Okay. Now, when the person got to the land of the dead, and this is the most people know about the idea of crossing the river Styx, but there is more to Greek philosophy than this, because the Greeks believed that when you got to the land of the dead, you then had the choice of drinking. The river Styx has many tributaries. There's the Acheron and there's the Lethe and various other rivers in the underworld. Of course, this is all an analogy, but nevertheless, this is the principle. You were given the choice of going back and living your life again. But if you chose to do so, you'd have to drink the waters of the river Lethe, Lethe, and the river Lethe was the river of forgetting. What it would do is you drink the waters and you would forget everything about your previous life. You would forget everything. Then you'd be allowed to go back and you'd be reborn. And the Stoics believed you'd be reborn as yourself and live your life again. But this time round, you completely have forgotten what you were and who you were. You were in a state of what the Greeks called amnesis. Now, occasionally in our lives, then, we get into a state of anamnesis, which is remembering. And sometimes we then remember that we're living our lives again. And this is, again, a guy called Peter Ouspensky, who was a Russian philosopher, who had a very similar hypothesis to my own. He didn't do the science as I do, but he had a similar hypothesis. And he argued that occasionally anamnesis takes place and we realize we're living our lives again. And that's sometimes what happens with deja vu, I think. But what I argue is at the point of death, when we're dying, there's a group of chemicals are released within the brain. And these chemicals do certain things. There is something called the Moody traits, which are related to near-death experiences. And Raymond Moody and also a guy called Grayson have worked on something called the scales, the NDE scales, and they have these different things that people describe when they had an NDE experience. All of these fit into my cheating the ferryman hypothesis, because what happens is people think that time dilates, that they have past life memories, they have a panoramic life review, they go through a tunnel, all these things. Now, what these are taking place, these are chemicals being released in the brain.
It's
now,
DMT, right?
Pardon?
DMT, right?
Oh, well, we can just go off on a tangent. Yes, exactly. I argue in my book, The Infinite Minefield, that it's exactly DMT. And again, remind me when I finish this to then go on to the DMT hypothesis and how DMT creates this. But the chemicals are released. So for argument's sake, DMT is released, dimethyltryptamine is released, or 5-MeO-DMT possibly is released within the brain. And this then slows down your awareness of time. Now imagine a scenario that suddenly you're in a car crash, and just before the impact takes place, these chemicals are released in your brain, and the next millisecond in your life is 10 seconds. And then the next millisecond within that is another 10 seconds or 50 seconds or a year. You suddenly realize very quickly that you're already existing in ever smaller bits of time. So you have all the time in the world to live your life again before you die. This is so important. I argue in Cheating the Ferryman, we never reach the point of death because we're living in ever smaller bits of our own subjective time. Now, time and time again, people will tell you, I fell off a mountain, and as I was falling, two things happened. Time slowed down for me, and I suddenly had past life memories welling up. I was back being a child. I was running across a field as a child, and then I remembered all the things in my life. Other people say they lived their whole life in that few seconds, and I believe this is what takes place. So you live a whole life, and at the end of that next life, in an even smaller bit of time, you live another life. It's called Zeno's bisection paradox. It's, again, a mathematical structure whereby if you split things into halves all the time, every inch, the next inch is 2 inches, and you split into two, you will never get to a particular point in time. And this is how you treat the ferryman. You never get to the banks of the Styx because you never die. And this is such an important point about my hypothesis. And this is why I was very upset when I wasn't recognized in the recent Bigelow Prize, which you probably heard about. You know, people were asked to write essays on survival after death. My essay got through shortlisting, but it didn't get any of the prizes. And I'm very, very upset about this because I think this hypothesis is by far the most powerful explanation of immortality anywhere in the world, written by anybody, because no one of the other winners do the science. I'm the only one that wrote an essay that did science, hard science. So you never get to your death. Now, if you never get to the point of death, it means that your brain is still functioning. So I don't need to say that you go out your body and you go to heaven and you do all these other things as a kind of a ghost. I don't need to do that because it's all happening in your brain while it's still alive. You know, so all the processing that the brain does that allows the consciousness field to get into the brain continues. Okay. But what we do is we move into different universes, different worlds. And again, so going back to the DMT thing, and it was a point you made earlier on, which I thought was a really interesting one, was at what point does consciousness come into the embryo? This is so important because according to the ancient beliefs of the Buddhists, it happens at the 49th day of gestation. So up until 49 days, the embryo has no soul. It has no consciousness within it of any sort. But at the 49th day, it suddenly becomes a being that has an inner consciousness. Now, the interesting thing about this, and this is extraordinary, at the 49th day of gestation, in the embryo, something very peculiar happens. At that time, there is a double gland at the back of the throat called the epiphysis. And the epiphysis, after the 49th day of gestation, moves from the back of the throat up into the middle of the brain. It then splits into two glands, the pineal gland and the pituitary gland. This leaves a very little pouch or a cleft that runs down from the pineal gland to the back of the throat. It's called Rathke's cleft. Mm-hmm. Now, I believe what happens is that the pineal gland, as you know, is one of the few things in the brain that's not double. You know, there's two hippocampi, there's two amygdalae, there's all of them. But it's a single unit that sits in the center of the brain. It exists there. It takes more blood. More of your blood is used around your pineal gland. The only other organ that has more blood activity around it is the liver. So there's something very strange about the pineal gland, considering how tiny it is. And what it does is it creates a substance called melatonin. And melatonin is the substance that makes you go to sleep. Okay. Now, I've been doing the neurochemistry and chemistry with associates of mine are doing research into DMT, dimethyltryptamine. Melatonin and dimethyltryptamine are very similar structured molecules. You can synthesize from melatonin and you can change melatonin into DMT, which means that DMT could be a neurotransmitter within the brain. Now, for long periods of time, Rick Strassman wrote a book many years ago called The Spirit Molecule, and he argued that DMT was our reality modulator. It is DMT that creates the world outside of us from our brains. Okay. Now, what is more intriguing here is that could it be that DMT is created by the pineal gland, but because we can never test it, because you can never break open somebody's head, cut into their pineal gland to see if there's DMT in there. Never been able to do it because you'd kill the person. You couldn't do it. But in 2017, a researcher called Jimo Borjigin at the University of Michigan and a group of researchers found DMT in the brain of live rats. So when people turn around and say that DMT has not been found in the brain, it has. It was discovered. So clearly DMT is excreted by the pineal gland. It is created by the pineal gland. There could be no other reason why DMT was in these rats' brains. But, and this gets really fascinating and is massive support of my theory, and why the hell the guys at Bix didn't pick up on this, it drives me crazy. It annoys me so much. The Bix essay,
the same reason why the Smithsonian won't admit that there's giant skeletons found all over the world. I mean,
yeah, it could be. Well, these guys wanted to prove life after death. The Bix competition was to prove life after death, but they had essays on I talk to my dead children, and and I've read the essays. A lot of them are complete crap. And they got prizes of between $20,000. The winner got $500,000. And not one of the essays on that competition does anything like my essay discusses. But let's go back to this thing about.
Let me interrupt you for just a second there. $500,000. I'm sure whoever won it, it was picked long before they ever wrote their essay.
It's obvious. The person he's a friend of the people who run the competition.
Yeah, that's the way that stuff works.
You know, a guy called Jeffrey Mishlove. And I've read Jeffrey Mishlove's winning essay. Do you know Jeffrey Mishlove's winning essay? And I'll say this now on live radio. Read Jeffrey Mishlove's winning essay of the BICS competition for $500,000. Then read the book I wrote with a guy called Irvin Laszlo 9 years ago on the subject of life after death. The bloody book I wrote 9 years ago contains everything that's in Mishlove's bloody essay. But that's an aside. I'm getting annoyed here and I shouldn't. But going back then, because the final point of this, and this is so profoundly important, the researchers at the University of Michigan found something else about live rats. They killed some rats under laboratory conditions humanely. And they found about 6 or 7 seconds after the rat had died, there was a huge amount of brain activity. Suddenly just burst and the brain suddenly started firing all over the brain. That's my cheating the ferryman happening. That is actual neurological evidence because that rat was having a past life review. That's what the brain activity was happening in the rat's brain. I have proof. You know, I'm standing here with these guys and I'm going, for God's sake, here I have absolute proof from peer-reviewed academic papers. And people are willing to win $20,000 because they're turning around and saying, my son was a reincarnation of an American World War II pilot. And I'm going, that's not proof, that's anecdote.
This is fascinating, and it's a shame we only have you, I guess, for another 40, 50 minutes or so. Let me ask you this, because it's so interesting what you said about. We could be on our, about how when our first person is dying, that last 10 seconds of us dying could be our brain pretty much imagining thousands and thousands of different lives, right? That's fascinating.
Well, it's the idea, isn't it, that, when you load, particularly the modern day, I have an Oculus headset, virtual reality headset, and you put an Oculus headset on. Can you imagine a scenario of a virtual reality recreation program of your life? And imagine, and again, in one of my books, I say this, imagine a scenario that somebody can create a feedback suit that you get inside. So there's a suit and you put it on and it's got sensors all over your body. So every movement you make is reproduced within the virtual reality environment you find yourself in.
Well,
then you put the headset. Pardon?
Yeah, no, go ahead. Finish your thought.
And then you put the headset on, and you're enclosed within the suit. Okay, and then you're in this environment that is a recreation of your life and incidents in your life. But then, as I said earlier on, you drink the waters of the Lethe, and you forget that you're in a game. You could not know that there would be no way you could tell that the reality you were perceiving was a simulation. You could not know. And again, there was a very famous essay written a few years ago.
Would it be a simulation then? If this isn't my first life and this is just my brain imagining my life different, that means that you wouldn't even be real. The voice that I'm listening to in my headphones right now is basically just my memory of a conversation we once had, right?
When many years ago in 2004, 2005, when I wrote my first book, Is There Life After Death, that was the position I took, was that the mystery of other minds, how it's called solipsism. The idea, if all I can ever know is what I'm experiencing, how can I accommodate other lives and other beings? And this is where my daemon and uber daemon come in. If we are one single consciousness experiencing itself subjectively, which Bill Hicks has argued, and the Vedantists argue, and everybody else, you and me are the same thing. You and I are the same entity. You and I and everybody else listening to this program are the same being. So in which case there is no other people, because we are the other people. So in which case my part of the simulation and your part of the simulation are overlapping at the moment. There is this overlap of what I call our phanerons. It's a guy called Charles Stewart Pearce come up with this idea of the phaneron, which is the universe that is created from your sensory experiences. Again, in the book, again, a lot of people will be thinking, what's this guy talking about? Believe me, in the book, I go into the philosophy. I go into the science. I mean, really drill in. I quote people like Louis Auguste Blanqui and Walter Benjamin and Peter Ouspensky and Edmund Husserl and Martin Heidegger. These are serious philosophers. But I then leaven that in with the science. And I pull the science in and I say, okay, it's all well and good being a philosopher, but that's just doesn't, where's the science? And I then bring the science in as well. And I just feel sometimes that it's such a huge idea and it's so massive and its implications are extraordinary. And this is why when people come across my work, sometimes people over the years, they've gone to my talks, and it's only when they've gone to about 3 or 4 talks and they'll come up to me and they'll go, oh my God, I just realized what you're saying. Because you need to think slightly differently about what it is to be human, what it is, how you are perceiving the world around you. I mean, for instance, people who believe that the external world is as it seems, as it's presented to you by your senses, are called naive realists. It's not like that. The external world is not like that. Modern researchers now, people like Vlatko Vedrell, professor of quantum physics at the University of Singapore, wrote a book a few years ago arguing that everything is just digital information. And indeed, a recent book, Our Mathematical Universe, by Professor Max Tegmark, similarly argues that what we perceive to be reality is in fact mathematical in its structure. And not only this, but Max Tegmark, and this again you will find intriguing, and by all means guys, if you're listening out there, do check this out, because it's not just me making this up. If you go online and go onto YouTube and do a search on the quantum suicide experiment, this was a thought experiment put forward by Max Tegmark. Now Max Tegmark is probably one of the top 5 physicists in the world at the moment. He really is an amazing guy. And he had an experience when he was a child, when he was a schoolboy, and it's in the book, by the way, it's in the new book, this, when he was cycling to school. And he was cycling and he came to a T-junction in the center of Stockholm, because he was when he was living in Sweden. And he suddenly slammed his brakes on. And he stopped the brakes, and the brakes stopped him at a T-junction just as a juggernaut truck came past. And he realized that had he not slammed his brakes on, he would have been killed. And it's then when a little light went on in his head, and he thought, but I could have been killed. All that happened was chemicals in my brain suddenly made a decision, in which case there will be a universe that I was killed. And then he thinks, no, according to quantum physics, I can never die. And he uses a variation on Schrodinger's cat experiment. It's fascinating. And again, it is so supportive, yet again, of my cheating the Ferryman hypothesis. This is, I have so much support from this, from people who don't even know I exist. So check it out. It's fascinating.
It is. And let me tell you something. You're one of the most fascinating people that I think I've ever talked to in my life. I just want to let everybody know that we're 47 minutes into the show right now. And I've only gotten to the very first question in my note page here. And I have 3 pages of questions.
Oh, I'm sorry, Michael.
We're going to have to get you back on again here pretty soon, because my mind is blown. Let me ask you this, okay? We talked a little bit about DMT, okay? I want to talk about the machine elves a little bit. And I think you said before that they're part of our subconscious, that we create them. Now, do we actually create them with we actually create them with our mind? Are they independent beings that we created with our mind?
This is again, if anybody has the opportunity, if you read my books one after the other, you think this is blowing your mind when you actually read the other books as well. In my previous book, the Hidden Universe, this is exactly what I'm suggesting, is that the machine elves, the entities that people experience. And funnily enough, if you guys are really interested here, and Michael, you might be very much interested in doing this. Yesterday, I did an interview with a guy called Steve Merritt, who is a parapsychological researcher. And this is directly related to the things we're talking about now. Some of the experiments he's been doing under controlled conditions with entities are extraordinary. Literally, it was put up yesterday evening on my YouTube channel. Watch it; it'll blow your mind. Okay. But just going back, remember I argue that we seem to project outwards the reality around us. Mm-hmm. And I have a concept I call the egregorial. And the egregorial are mind-created entities that we collectively create, but then become independent of us. Okay, and again in the book, The Hidden Universe, I do the science of this. And I argue that these entities create themselves from our anticipations using plasma. Okay, and they are plasma beings. Now, again, if you look through history, there's been so many legends of people that bring into existence beings, from the tulpas, which you have in the Bon tradition of Tibetan Buddhism, but going forward into Enochian magic and the magic of people like Edmund Kelly and Dr. John Dee, and then carrying forward to people like Aleister Crowley, and even to people like Jack, I can't think of his name now, famous chaos magician, who was also a rocket scientist. Can't remember his name, it was Jack somebody, who was an American guy. But all through history, these people have been able to, by the power of thought and anticipation, create beings that become almost their servants. And that's what they're trying to do. They call them servitors. And the idea that you can create these entities and bring them forward. But when they're brought forward, they then seem to become independent of us. Now, I argue that these beings need us to become into existence within this reality, but they have existence in another reality. And they need us to think about them strongly for them to manifest. Now, I'll give an example of this, and it's a very basic example. If anybody's ever played Ouija, and the movement, when you put fingers on a glass, and there's a group of you, and you have a group of letters, and it moves. Now, a group of people in 1971 in Toronto were fascinated by Ouija, and they thought, who is doing the pushing? Are we doing it subliminally or not? So what they decided to do was to test this, and they decided to create a ghost. This is really intriguing. They decided to create a ghost collectively. And what they did, one of them went away and she wrote a story about a young nobleman in the 1670s in England called Aylesford, I think Robert Aylesford. And Aylesford was a part of the gentry. She placed him in an actual castle that exists in Warwickshire. And she gave him a backstory. She said that he was a Catholic noble. Therefore, at that time, after the English Civil War, he was in a lot of stress because it was Catholicism, but also he was in a loveless marriage. And he meets a gypsy woman one day, falls in love with her, and his wife finds out, and he commits suicide. They then created and thought about this guy continually. It started to manifest. It started to manifest not only in Ouija. It started to manifest with raps and knocks that took place on a table. They had other manifestations take place. And then the table started to move. And it started to levitate. And it was Philip who was doing the levitation. Now, this sounds extraordinary, but believe it, it's even more extraordinary because they were on a TV program in Toronto around about 1972, when in a live TV program, the table levitated in the studio with the raps and the knocks. Now, their argument is that they created that being, but it became independent of them. Now, it seems that these entities have come through, and there's a very famous book called The Hungry Ghosts, written by a guy called Joe Fisher, whereby mediums were talking to him about his past lives, not his past lives as in cheating the ferryman, but past lives as other people. And one of the entities that came through from the medium explained that she was a Greek woman that lived in the 17th century. They'd been lovers, and this was the name of the village where they lived. So he took himself off to Greece to find that she never existed. It was whatever it was doing, it was something that was manipulating him to believe in it. Now, our work at the moment, and this is an area I'm heavily researching in at the moment with a group of other researchers, that we believe that we can create these entities. And they're called, as I said, they're called tulpas. They're mind thought forms, but they're dangerous. And they can be. And Steve was saying this yesterday, just how dangerous these entities can be in terms of what they can do. And they seem independent of us. Steve's doing research on the Skull experiment that took place in the UK. In the interview, I discussed the thing called Imperator and Rector, which were a group of beings that seemed to want to communicate from somewhere else. And of course, this spins off then into UFOs, greys, alien entities, poltergeists. And this all spins off from Cheating the Ferryman. This can all be included within Cheating the Ferryman. So my overall model is an Uber hypothesis of virtually every single extraordinary event. We were even discussing cryptids yesterday. We were discussing Yeti, we were discussing the abominable snowman, we were discussing how these cryptids seem to be brought into existence by people's anticipations. This is powerful stuff.
Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating. It's amazing to think that a thought form created by us collectively that can actually move on from us. What would be the best way to talk to these thought forms?
Well, this is it. This is what they did. They created the thought form and then communicated with it. And myself and two researchers are planning to recreate the Philip experiment under controlled conditions. And our idea is to probably get one group of people located in one part of the world to actually create the thought form, and then have another group of people to receive the thought form, even though they don't know what the thought form is going to be, if that makes sense. So it's a kind of a double bind test. We'll have one group of people who will think strongly to bring this thing into existence. Then it will then contact other people. Now, again, Steve was saying some of the incredible experiments he was involved in. You must listen to this interview. It is absolutely mind-blowing. They're even discussing, they hear voices. These things speak to us. We also believe that they're like psychic vampires. They seem to feed off our fear. The fear and us giving off fear endorphins in the body seems to give them strength. And this is why they make us paint in fears. As Steve said in the interview, he said the amount of times there have been evidence of monsters that have chased people and you're terrified and you're running away from them. But on occasions, people have turned and faced these beings and they've come to them and gone, "Rrr," and then stood there and not know what to do.
Well, that's getting into kind of the David Icke theory, right? I don't know.
No,
is it Icke or Ike? I haven't talked to him, so I don't know.
Sorry, I don't even want to talk about him. Sorry.
Okay. No, that's all right. But I mean, it's kind of the same thing, right? Like if we can only think positively and try to be as positive as possible, these beings will eventually go away from us.
Oh yeah,
they're not getting anything from us.
Like, for instance, one of the points that I think is really intriguing here is that, I was talking before about the way the act of observation brings subatomic particles into existence. The largest particles that they've now found have this wave particle duality that is directly related to the act of observation by a conscious mind. Initially, they were just photons. Then they became electrons. Then they became large molecules, like, for instance, a buckyball, which is a molecule of 60 separate atoms, was found to, if it was not observed, was a wave. And when it was observed, it became a particle. Now, that's a big atom. That's a big molecule. But they've got even bigger molecules now. And in one of my previous books, I argue, I think it might be in the latest book actually, I argue that the size of the largest particles they have at the moment is about 40% the size of a virus. And at the moment, they still don't know how big in size these objects that are brought into existence by the act of observation can be. But it's reasonable to conclude they could be the size of viruses. In which case, if viruses are created by our anticipation of them, suddenly we have a whole different thing about COVID. We have a whole different viewpoint here, because suddenly these things are being created by our collective anticipations of what they are going to be. I call this the egregorial hypothesis of science. For instance, I have cases, at least 10 cases, of quantum physicists who have thought jokingly about a particular subatomic particle in a particular configuration, and they've discovered it. It's as if we think of things and they come into existence. This is extraordinary. This means that the relationship between mind and matter is far more complex than ever anybody has ever realized. And sometimes I get so excited about my ideas. And again, I know it sounds like I'm being silly here.
No, I get excited about your ideas too, because it falls right in line with what I've been thinking my whole life. Well,
this is what I do. I feel like I feel that all these people who are coming up with these stupid ideas and everything else, and they're throwing around, they're giving each other prizes and patting themselves on their back and giving themselves PhDs on it. And I'm outside banging on the window, going, listen to what I'm saying. Please just read my books and listen. And they ignore them. They absolutely ignore them. Joe Rogan is a classic example. Do you know my Damon theory has been discussed at least twice, maybe 3 times on the Joe Rogan show? Does he want to know? Of course he bloody doesn't. You know, it's the same with Jeffrey Mishlove. It's the same with a lot of these top people. They know of my work, but they completely pretend it does not exist. And they pretend it doesn't exist because I've joined all the dots. I've done it. There are people writing books now. I mean, people go on about, there's a guy called Lanza who wrote a book called Biocentrism in about 2009. People were nominating him for the Nobel Prize for this. They thought it was the most brilliant book that had ever been written. Read Biocentrism from 2009, then read my first book, Is There Life After Death, in 2006. I do everything, absolutely everything that Lanza does in his totally original, mind-blowing book, and much more. But my book languishes in comparative, people know about it through shows like this, but it's never broken through. I can't break through the glass ceiling. And I genuinely believe that the Biggs Prize, I thought, this is the one. This is where I'm going to break through. This is where people are going to pick up what I'm doing. Didn't want to know.
It's like control perception, you control reality, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And to an extent, and it could be, the things I'm saying here are so revolutionary. So revolutionary. I mean, you mentioned David Icke earlier on. In terms of what Icke's writing, I mean, David was in contact with me about 9 or 10 years ago. And he said, we must work together sometime, but I'm always wary of people like David Icke because of some of the things he says. But a lot of the stuff he's saying is similar to mine. But the difference is between myself and David Icke are 2 things. I do the science. If you go through my books, everything I've said here will be referenced back to academic articles. Okay. And I reference other people's work. I acknowledge other people's work. I'm happy to point out what other people have written. People like David Icke and a lot of these other guys, the David Wilcock of this world, they just want it for themselves. They don't want to share. They don't, they're making too much money to share these ideas. I don't care about the money. The money is immaterial to me. It's the ideas and getting them out there.
Yeah,
I don't care.
And just think how the world be different if everybody, I don't know, would think the same thoughts, right? Or get it. Like if everybody got it,
Well, that's it, isn't it? Because if everybody gets it, the world could change.
Yeah.
Because it would mean that we could create a complete egregorial thought form. We could change our society by working together and thinking together on this in one way or another.
Well, that's
Now,
kind of the idea of the Great Awakening, right?
Yes. You know, and again, you'll find that people who are involved in my work are absolutely enthusiastic. It is extraordinary how much support I get from people around the world when they come into this. You know, they don't get involved in my work and think, oh, that's interesting. It's life-changing. And, you know, and it's life-changing for people. And it's because I'm nobody special. You know, I'm not. I stand on the shoulders of other researchers and other writers. All I'm doing is I'm joining the dots. I'm bringing it together, pulling it together, and coming to some conclusions. Now, again, if my conclusions don't make sense, or there's anything in my science that doesn't make sense, I'm the first person to say, okay, fine, I'll change it. You know, I really genuinely, you know, people turn around and say, well, Anthony Peake changes his ideas sometimes. Well, yes, I do, because I gain more information. You know, a quantum physicist will contact me, or a neurologist, and say, do you know that there's this new thing that's just been discovered in the brain? So I'll change it, you know.
Yeah.
Whereas other people,
I mean, that's the process called learning.
Yeah, it is.
I think that's funny when people are like, "Oh, you changed your mind from your, you know, what you were thinking 5 years ago." Like, yeah, that's you know, it's called evolution.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
All right.
You know, okay.
let me let you know we've got, I guess, about 25-30 minutes left. We're probably going to go a little bit over just because I've got a bunch of questions here from people and already, and I'm going to let you guys know that it's question time. If you have a question for Anthony, go ahead and put it in the chat box. I'm going to open the phone lines up here in just a little bit, probably another 10 minutes, because I want to get some of these questions out of the way that we had from the earlier show that we had today. All right. So Brian wants to know, when it comes to DMT, I recall that you intend to ask about the machine elves. I was also curious if you could ask Anthony if he knows about other entities people have mentioned under DMT, such as the Dark Jester or the Blue Healing Lady.
I've heard about the Dark Jester, but the Blue Healing Lady I haven't. And that I'd be interested to know more about that. As a very quick aside here, I'm working closely with a couple of guys who are involved in a research project at the moment at Imperial College in London, where under controlled conditions they're taking DMT and reporting back the entity encounters. And there's some interesting data that's coming through at the moment in terms of this. And again, it seems that the entities are independent of us. But the Blue Lady sounds quite fascinating, particularly because I have an interest in the way in which, under certain circumstances, there seems to be a shift towards the blue end of the spectrum under certain circumstances within the perceptual field. So thank you for that.
All right. And he also wants to know if you have any interest in extraterrestrials, if you could expand on your knowledge or any experiences you may have had.
Extensive. One of the areas, again, the discussion that I had with Steve Merrill yesterday, where we were discussing the role of extraterrestrials, because Steve and I are both of the opinion that they're not extraterrestrials, they're intraterrestrials, in that they have been with us, they are part of us, they are part of this planet, they're part of this social system, and they will do whatever it needs to fill in with what our expectations of science are. For instance, I've used the example in the past of the 1890s flap, where the extraterrestrials, in raised commas, were men coming down from airships in the mid-states in America. And when they encountered with people, they spoke with German accents and were human. Then we moved through, and every time the extraterrestrials seemed to morph. They then became the Nordics, and then we had the Greys. It seems to be that they reflect whatever we anticipate they are going to be, which means to me that there's a direct one-to-one relationship between us and them. And I think they are the same as the beings I was talking about before, tulpas, mind forms, thought forms, that are using us in some way, is my opinion. But yes, I've written extensively about extraterrestrials, and I've been involved in the UFO world since the mid-1960s. And indeed, one of the people that is really fascinated by my work is Whitley Strieber. and the implications of my work.
All right. And I appreciate you getting through the questions quickly here. Mary Kay wants to know, does Anthony think there is a difference between the soul and consciousness?
Very good point here as to what we mean by consciousness. If we mean consciousness as in eidolonic consciousness, that is consciousness, everyday consciousness that lives in linear time, yes, there is, because soul is the daemon. So soul is the immortal part of us that is outside of the instantation. But it's just terminology. It's just terminology. We are dual beings. Effectively, we are dual beings. We're a daemon and an eidolon. I call it the daemon-eidolon dyad. But as I said, on top of that, there is then the broader consciousness of humanity and all life. And then there's the greater consciousness of what I would call the totality of consciousness, or the go-daemon.
All right. You were talking about black holes in the last time we talked. I didn't write down the person who asked, so I apologize. But I'm sure they're going to be listening to this. They sent me questions because they're asleep right now. So he says a black hole bends light around its event horizon, so you see light coming from behind it. Why does it look round?
Because the light is coming. Whenever the most perfect, if anything expands outwards consistently, it will create a sphere. And a sphere, when it's looked straight on, is round. So when the light is bent around the event horizon, that's why it gives the impression of being a sphere. It's simple as that, because, you think about it, if something just expands outwards in all directions at the same time, it can only ever be a sphere. That's all it can be, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So it actually is round then?
A black hole will be round. But it's an interesting point that I've never thought of before. Is a black hole spherical, or literally a flat disk? And I genuinely don't know. It's a great question, and something I'll look into.
Yeah.
But in terms of the life bending round, yes, it's gravitational lensing is the technical term for it.
Yeah, I get some good ones. I really do. What do you think of? What do you think of Crowley and the Golden Dawn?
Crowley fascinates me. Yes, he was a showman. Of course he was, as were the elements of the Golden Dawn as well, McGregor Mathers and everybody else. And I've written extensively in the past about these guys. But Crowley, I'm intrigued by Crowley's entity called AWAS, because if you look at AWAS, which was an entity I think he claimed he created as a thought form somewhere in about 1910, something like this, it looks like a grey. It doesn't have the big eyes, but its chin, the shape of its chin and everything is very reminiscent of the classic greys. Again, I would argue that these are tulpa thought forms. And of course, this is exactly what Crowley was doing. He was trying to create servitors. He was trying to create through Enochian magic. And again, we don't have time to talk about the Book of Enoch, which is one of the non-gospels of the Judeo-Christian Bible. But in the Book of Enoch, it discusses about what I would call egregorials.
Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it? Is there anything in the Bible or in the books of the Bible that have been removed that would suggest that we relive our lives again and again? Hang on a second, Bash.
Yes, there are. Again, in my first book, I have a section on this, that the people who were very interested in this whole idea of living your life again were the Gnostics, were quite fascinated by the whole idea, and the Stoics were particularly interested by this. And in my first book, I have a section from 2 or 3 sections from Gnostic Gospels. These are Gospels that didn't make it into the final version of the Bible, that describe time stopping, that describe the circularity of time, and quotations about the daemon and the way in which we live our lives again. So yes, and again, if you get hold of my first book, you'll find a section on there which discusses in great detail the background to Gnostic beliefs and how Gnostic beliefs mirror a great deal of my own ideas. And of course, Gnostics were a schismatic Christian sect in the 1st, 2nd century AD, which then became the Cathari and the Bogomils, and morphed into some very interesting groups over the years.
All right. caller. I believe it's Vash is on the phone from Australia. Vash, how you doing? You're on Conflict Radio.
Indeed, I am. It feels a bit weird speaking to you now that it's nighttime here.
It's morning here.
It's morning here too. It's really early here.
Yeah, I spoke in Australia a few years ago, and I found it quite strange. It's the whole feeling of where you are. But
it's all right. You've become one of the nighttime people now. There's no going back.
Oh, hell, we'll see. You got a question for Anthony, Vash?
Well, yeah, I actually kind of do, and also maybe even some just a thought. So, something I thought about quite a little while back, and it's interesting that even technically within our social structures and also societies as a whole, we technically are experiencing the same world at the same time, but have a completely different perception. And a really great example that I could think about was we have lost tribes out there. So their perception of the world in terms of what it is and the way they interpret it is currently still, they're still living very primitive technology-based life and all that sort of stuff. And the comprehension of everything that's around them, they don't even see it, understand it, even know about it for that matter. And then you then go to the next step, which would be maybe people that would be living like, for example, in North Korea. People in North Korea might be aware of primitive life and how stuff went on, but they will look back and they will look at those people and go, they were living a very primitive sort of based, simple life. And then we now can look at North Korea and we can do the exact same thing to them. So makes me, in a way, kind of wonder as well at the same time, who else is here, how they perceiving us, and what do we not know about? I'm just curious about your thoughts on that.
Exactly. There's a paradox within scientific thought, and I can't remember the name of it now, but there's something paradox. It will come to me maybe, and it's the idea that every single civilization and every single technological civilization and scientific civilization of whatever level always believes that it's the ultimate in terms of understanding of the universe and how it works. So the idea is that the chances of any one civilization science having sussed it is highly unlikely, because we've only been around for, 1 million years, less than that, in terms of Homo sapiens. So clearly, we think we are advanced. But of course, advanced is a very curious term. What does it really mean? One would argue the indigenous peoples of Australia live far more in tune with the universe around them. But more importantly, there is a concept called the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, which suggests that societies, the way certain societies, and indeed all societies, perceive the world is dependent upon both their language and their technology and their anticipations of that universe. So it is almost as if the world you perceive is, again, using my term, egregorial, in that, for example, one of the examples I use in this is the sun spinning in the sky at Fatima in 1917 in Portugal. Now, there were people who witnessed that event where the sun spun in the sky and came down towards the earth. Now, we know that astronomically that is impossible, but people saw it. And people who saw it weren't necessarily religious believers. Some of them were agnostics and and atheists, and some believers saw it. But it seems that they were all anticipating this happening. And it's again the idea that, for instance, I'm always intrigued as to why it is that I'm not religious. I don't have a religious bone in my body, but there are friends of mine and people I know who see everywhere evidence of their religious belief system. And it's almost as if their social world is created by their belief system, and everything they perceive then reinforces that belief in one way or another. And could it be this is what we do? When we're in a particular civilization, we all collectively accept the status quo, and therefore that's what it becomes. So that's a very, very interesting point. And one, as my background as a sociologist has always intrigued me. How do we all conform in the way we do, in effect? And it's a very good question. So thank you for that, Baz. Very interesting. Whereabouts in Australia are you?
I'm calling from Melbourne.
Oh, right. Great city. I spoke in Melbourne 6 years ago. I was up in Doncaster East, is it? Down by the shopping centre.
Well, all I can say is I know where that is, and I also know it's not exceptionally far from where I am.
Wonderful. Great. I can visualise where you are then.
Roughly. Oh, to just quickly touching base on that previous question about the black hole. So it is to my understanding that when a star dies, it basically pretty much implodes in itself, and all the matter is pretty much compressed. So some people believe this is potentially a black hole or the makings of. So I'd be led to believe it's spherical, and the light that you see that's around it or creating that is the bending of light through the means of gravity. So the light that's actually coming from behind and around it, and it's just bending it as it's actually coming into the black hole. So that's why you see it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, of course, because a black hole is something that the escape velocity is greater than the speed of light. So effectively, no light can escape from it because it is so dense. Because, of course, we know that the denser an object, the greater the gravitational field around it. And, of course, then it will bend light around it. And this is one of the things we were discussing yesterday, because one of the things that these researchers have discovered is that when these entities are around, one of the things they find is that the actual fields, they create gravitational wells. And these gravitational wells bend light. And in the next show, which will be at the end of the in the beginning of January, I've asked for evidence from the researcher, and he's going to bring some stuff in to show us evidence of this. So these could be even micro black holes being created, which is very, very, very intriguing. Well,
didn't CERN say that they were creating micro black holes?
Well, there's been an argument for a long time that micro black holes are everywhere, and that the background of space and maybe the 0 point field are micro black holes. And again, in one of my books, I discussed the concept of micro black holes in terms of the brain, because this again could be evidence of something that is known as the orchestrated objective reduction, which is the idea that thoughts and consciousness are created by quantum effects. And again, if anybody's interested, check out the work of a guy called Stuart Hammerhoff and Roger Penrose. Both these guys, the ORC, are very, very interesting. Again, suggestive of the fact there's a linkage between quantum behaviors, particularly within the microtubules within the neurons of the brain, and consciousness. Very, very intriguing stuff.
All right, Vash, thanks so much for calling in, man.
Thanks, Vash.
Oh, thank you very much for having me, and hopefully you'll come back to the show, because I know that we could probably spend quite a few hours with questions alone.
I know. So I'm like, we've got 10 minutes left. It's like,
Thanks very much, guys. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
All right, man.
Cheers.
All right, that was Sapphire Elf. We got a missed call from, or that was Vash. We got a missed call from Sapphire Elf, so I'm going to try to get him back on right now. Let me ask you. I don't know how I can mute that. There we go.
Hello.
Hey, Sapphire, how you doing, man? Vash beat you to it.
Yep, no worries. Just put you on headset.
You had sounds good, man. You had a really good question for Anthony in chat, and I told you to go ahead and call in. You call in the show a lot, so I've got you programmed into Skype. What was the question, man? Do you remember?
We had a guest on a while ago that mentioned the concept that if there are parallel universes or other realities, that by simply observing them, they would cease to be parallel because you've interacted with them. I just wondered what his thoughts are on that.
Well, that's an interesting point, because, of course, when we use the term parallel universes, we really have to decide what we're talking about here. Now, are we talking about parallel universes that exist within another dimension of space-time, like a parallel universe that exists within the fifth or sixth dimension? Or are we talking about parallel universes in the way quantum physicists see parallel universes? And of course, there's two different types here. There's the parallel universes that come out of the concept of Everett's many worlds interpretation. And of course, Hugh Everett III, in his 1957 PhD thesis for John Wheeler, argued that you could explain the implications of Schrödinger's cat by saying that the wave function never collapses, and in doing so creates a parallel universe every time. But once the parallel universes have split, as far as we understand them to be, they become totally independent of each other. So there is no possible way of a communication physiologically between one parallel universe and another. But the counter argument to this is that we're talking here about three-dimensional space-time. But consciousness doesn't exist within three-dimensional space-time in the same way that my pen does. So therefore, consciousness might be able to communicate in one way or another. But then the problem would be that you would be communicating with a universe that you're not supposed to be in, if that makes sense, which would cause all kinds of logical problems, if nothing else. Now, the other article, perception of multiple universes, is the idea that if you travel far enough in space-time, and if space is infinite, there will be a point where time rolls back on itself. These are called Poincaré's recurrence, I think it's called. And although these are huge amounts of timescales, these different universes, but that again exist within different times. But I think parallel universes, I think we need to think far more about them and what they mean, because I sometimes feel that our minds aren't programmed to be able to think about these things because we are limited by our own brain power. And these things are so counterintuitive. As somebody said, as Richard Feynman once said in terms of quantum physics, we don't know why this is the way it is. Don't ever try to think why it is this way, because by going down that path, you'll just drive yourself crazy. It just is. And this is the only way forward, I think. But that's an excellent question. Thank you.
Yeah, I like the way you explained. I thought you'd have some good info to share with that.
Well, it was definitely a good point, Sapphire. I forget what guest we were talking to when that came up, but man, that was fascinating. I'm gonna let you go, man. Have a good night.
Okay, you too. Yep, great guest, Anthony, too.
Thank you.
All right, Sap. Have a great night, man. All right. Let me ask you this, Anthony. Is it possible that parallel universes are really just our main brain that's dying, going through all of these lives we discussed earlier, and maybe catching different glimpses of them?
Yeah, it could be. It could be in that, when you hear reports of what's called a panoramic life review within NDE reports, people turn around. Some people will say they saw their whole life sequentially. Other people will say they saw snapshots and bits of their life. Again, it was interesting in the book, I cite the case of a young lady called Jill Hicks, who was involved in the London bombings on the 7th of July 2005. And she was badly injured inside a train in the London Underground. And as she said, and I can quote her, actually, she said, "My life was flashing before my eyes, flickering through every scene, every happy, sad moment, everything I had ever done, said, and experienced." And that when and somebody else said, a hiker, this is fascinating, called Paul Sims, he fell down a 1,000-foot granite face in Yosemite. And as he was falling, he was hit in the face by a tree branch and then passed a climber negotiating the cliff face. And he said, as he's falling, his whole life flashed before his eyes. It seemed to go chronologically, but super sped up. And again, it just seems that we get glimpses as if it's already recorded, as if these are recordings. And again, this comes back to the work of an American neurosurgeon who worked in Canada, in Quebec, between the 1930s and 1950s, called Wilder Penfield. And Penfield was able to, by placing an electrode onto the exposed brain of conscious patients, was able to stimulate past life memories in 3 dimensions. The people were literally back reliving an element of their past. And Penfield, towards the end of his life, suggested that the human brain records every single experience you have, and it's recorded holographically within the brain. So each life that we have, we record. So it's as if we live multiple lives, but each one of them is recorded. And they are there to be relived in 3-dimensional linear time, if we wish to do so.
It's fascinating stuff. It really is. Okay, guys, this is your last chance. If you have a question for Anthony Peake, go ahead and put it in the chat box now. I'm going to go ahead and shut the phone lines up. I've got a couple written down from earlier today. And, I found this to be an interesting one, Anthony. What do you think of this? as when it comes to out of body experiences, I guess astral traveling and things like that, is it possible for somebody to leave their body and come back into someone else's?
Yes. Again, if you read my book, The Out of Body Experience, I wrote a whole book on this. And one of the most fascinating sections in this is the experiences of Robert Monroe. Now, Robert Monroe was the guy that really almost started the out of body experience things with his book, Journeys Out of the Body. And as he developed his abilities to travel in out of body experiences, he found that on occasions he would inhabit the body of somebody else, which he called I there. And there was one fascinating case that I cited in my book, The Out of Body Experience, where Monroe goes to sleep, finds himself inside the body of I there, literally dropped into the body of I there as he's in a business meeting. So I there in this other universe is in a business meeting, and suddenly Robert finds himself in this guy's body, and they're negotiating a business deal. And the guy that he's negotiating the business deal with asks him a question. He doesn't have an answer. And Robert Monroe described the look of I there's wife in this other location, looking at him, wondering what he was trying to say to him. And he used to do this regularly, and he was able to see this alternate world that he went to. Now, again, there's a friend of mine, Samantha Lee Treasure, who she has what she calls future Tokyo. And Sam is she astral travels or has out of the body experiences regularly. And she has what she calls future Tokyo. And she travels around this future Tokyo as somebody else. She gets reflections of this person in shop windows, and it's not her, it's somebody else. And she feels this person's thoughts and hopes and fears. So I'd argue that, what's happening here is that when you go into an out-of-body experience, you transpose from the daemon into the mind of the uber daemon, and then come down into another consciousness. Now, again, if anybody is really interested here, there is a friend of mine called Louis Solorat. And if I'll try and put up on my YouTube chat, on my Facebook page, a link to this. Louis has actually done a short film based upon Robert Monroe's ideas of I there. It's really well worth watching. Well worth watching, because it really gives the idea of dislocation that people have in these states. But in long answer to a short question, but yes, I believe you can go into other people's bodies and experience the world from their point of view.
It sounds fascinating. Let me ask you this, a question that somebody sent me in email after we did a rebroadcast. Somebody wants to know, is it possible that consciousness actually can come from our gut bacteria?
Been told this before. No reason why not, because as far as I'm aware, some of the gut, I don't know whether it's gut bacteria or there are neurons within the gut in some way, because we do say, don't we, kind of a gut feeling.
Yeah.
And it could be that if consciousness is a field rather than brain located, there's no reason to assume why it couldn't extend throughout the body in different ways. And we are again being very cerebral-ocentric, to coin a phrase, by assuming that it is just the brain that creates consciousness. It could be much broader than that. If the brain is just a receiver, there's no reason why, for instance, there are neurons in the retina of the eye. The retina at the back of the eye is effectively part of the brain. So there's no reason, I don't think, why not. We need to just start thinking a little bit more broader in the implications of these things. But excellent question.
All right. Hank Stalk wants to know, what's Anthony's vision on the holographic universe principle?
Absolutely into it, completely and utterly. There are a whole section in my new book on the holographic universe principle. And I go into great detail about the work of Juan Maldacana and Jacob Bekenstein, with particular reference to the way in which black holes seem to be in some way responsible for the creation of the hologram. Again, this is quite interesting, the idea that we are living within a two-dimensional holographic projection, and the holographic projections are projected from the inner edge of the expanding universe. And there are tiny Planck squares, each containing one bit of information, projecting this information inwards. I think it's a very, very powerful model. And if it is holographic, of course, we have to then come to the conclusion, what is the mystery of holograms, for instance, is if you take a holographic image and you smash it into parts, you don't end up like images in a jigsaw puzzle. You end up with denuded images of the whole of the hologram, which means that holograms, effectively, the whole contains the part and the part contains the whole, which effectively means that everything, again, going back to non-locality, and the way in which subatomic particles once interface with the same particle, I think this is evidence that the universe is in itself and outside of itself. It is fascinating. And again, I weave in the holographic principle to the Newton-Ferryman hypothesis.
All right. And here's a question I had from earlier. I think we touched on it a bit already, but it's a good follow-up to what you just said. Are we coexisting in a simulation, or are we actors in yours?
Yeah, again, it's the question, and that is the billion-dollar question. But effectively, if we take the idea that we're one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively, yes, we're all actors in our own drama, because we are all of us, and all of us are in it, because we are one entity experiencing itself subjectively. The question of other minds, by the way, is something that has been a great question within philosophy for centuries. And it is the idea that there's no way I can objectively prove that anybody else exists. And although people condemn solipsism and say that it's crazy and there lies insanity, that as it may be, but it is a very, very powerful concept. And I'll guarantee that 99% of people at some stage in their life say, do you know, I've got no actual evidence that anybody else exists other than me.
Do you think we can plan our lives before we come back?
That would be an interesting point. But yes, in effect, we can, because the daemon already knows. So the daemon already has a plan. The daemon knows what it needs to do in your new life. The issue is how well it can communicate with you. And in my book, Opening the Doors of Perception, I present something I call the Huxleyan spectrum. And I argue that some of us, the daemon cannot communicate very effectively at all. That's neurotypicals, but people who have certain neurological things such as classic migraine, temporal lobe epilepsy, schizophrenia, Alzheimer's, Savant syndrome, all these individuals, I argue, their doors of perception are open wider, which allows the daemon to directly communicate with you. And indeed, I have 3 or 4 people around the world who have been communicating with me whose daemons are active in their life continually. They are continually talking to them. And of course, the classic history example of this was Socrates. Socrates had a daemon who was immanent in his life at all times and guided him continually. So yes, we can make a choice of what we can do, and our daemon is doing that all the time. Just like you do when you play a third-person computer game. You know, you play the game once, you get killed, and the next time round, you plan how you're going to play the game the next time to avoid the things that happened last time. It's called Groundhog Life. It's like Groundhog.
You think if it would have to have some kind of computing power, right? That would eat up time, or I guess eat up memory. So Blue Chicken here makes a big point. If he says if a tree falls in the forest and there is nobody there, does it make a noise? I mean, it wouldn't,
No.
Right? Because
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Noise, again, this is the old thing, you know, yeah, does a tree fall in the forest? And is there anybody there? There's the other variation of that. If a man is alone in a forest, is he still wrong as far as the woman is concerned? Which is an interesting one as well. But going back to it, the idea that sound waves, a tree falls in a forest, and what the crash you hear is sound waves. But sound waves in themselves are not sound. They're just compressions in the air around the tree as moving outwards again in a sphere. All that then happens is those vibrations, those compressions, then hit the eardrum, and that is then converted into an electrical signal, which goes into the brain, which the brain then interprets as the sound of a tree crashing. There is no crashing of a tree. There is no red out there. There is no blue out there. I call this thing electromagnetic chauvinism. The idea that we think that whatever is out there that we see is what is really there. Red is nowhere. There is no color out there.
I mean, if you're walking in a forest, I mean, there's a good chance that forest may not even have existed until you actually started to walk there.
Well, there is the argument, again, if you look at the writings of people like Tom Campbell, and Tom Campbell will argue in his My Big Toe hypothesis, that effectively everything is rendered as you look at it. The computer program, or what we consider to be the program, which clearly is much more sophisticated than we can ever begin to imagine. And again, we haven't even touched upon the creators of the program and why the program is here. And again, I would suggest that you check up some of the writings of a number of individuals in this area, because the idea is that it's rendered because you look at it. So, for instance, I'm talking to you now looking at my computer, but there is no reason within my world for everything that's behind my head to be rendered at all, because it's not needed to be rendered. It only needs to be rendered when I look at it. And of course, there is then the argument of how does this computer work? Well, it could be something working within the 0 point field. I saw a news item literally today on one of my Facebook feeds that the Chinese quantum computers now are hundreds and hundreds of times more powerful than the Google quantum computer. And of course, quantum computers, get this, if you're not aware of this, quantum computers actually do the calculations in alternate universes. That's how they work.
Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating. Well, I guess I'm going to let you go, but I got to ask you one more question that we ask every guest, and my chat room's blowing up, wondering if I'm even going to ask it. Do you know who Corn Pop is?
Corn Pop?
Yeah.
No.
All right. I guess Corn Pop is a bad dude. I wouldn't imagine you'd waste your time in politics, right?
Not particularly. Well, I'm very political, but I don't talk about politics in interviews because I find it divisive. In that, I will not necessarily agree with some other people's politics, and I don't want to fall out.
The only way that I think the Earth is going to get to a more positive outlook is if we all just stop talking about it. Yeah,
and we all start seeing each other as human beings.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
And realizing we're all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. So everything you do and say has an effect on you ultimately, and it comes back to you.
Right, awesome.
And that, I think, is the way I live my life. And I try not to be dismissive of other people's ideas, because everybody's ideas are based upon their life experiences. Nobody just comes up with an idea spontaneously. It's because this is what your life has told you is the facts of life. And when you take that into account, you have to appreciate that we all have a unique worldview.
Yeah,
but we need to share it. We need to work together in some way.
I think everybody just needs to turn off the TV and focus on their local life.
Funnily enough, that is true. And one of the things, can I just make a very quick point here?
Yeah,
while I've got your attention and the guys out there. If anybody's interested in continuing interacting with me, I am doing a 5-hour live question and answer session on Wednesday, the 15th of December. I'll be doing 2 hours in the morning in the UK and 3 hours in the afternoon. It's open access. You can ask me any questions. Just go into the chat box. I'll place something about this on my Facebook wall. It's already up there, but I'll place it up again. Come on, guys, join in, including yourself. Let's continue these conversations. Then we've got 5 hours to really, really dig into these issues, and to get you give me feedback of your ideas as well.
I could talk to you easily for 5 hours. Yeah, post the link, and guys, let me I guess go ahead and tell everybody where else they can find you. I know I got all the links in the description, but that's where I was going to go.
Well, what I could do is I'll put that link in your YouTube chat, can't I? I can put it into there underneath it. Okay, which I will do. Right, if anybody's interested, I'm extremely active on Facebook, phenomenally active on Facebook. I have around about, including followers, around about 11,000 people involved on that at the moment. We are an international community. We chat to each other. We become friends with each other. There are even marriages that have come off the back of this work. So, it's that important to us. I will try my best to respond if I can, but just please understand, I get scores of emails every day and messages, and sometimes I humanly cannot. It's just me. I don't have a secretary or anything, so it's just me on my own. But I'm very active on there. I post regularly on there. If you just put Anthony Peake, you'll find me. You will find on Facebook also, most of my books also have their own Facebook pages as well. So you link in, just put the book title in on there as well. I'm on Instagram, and I'm regularly on Instagram as Cheat the Ferryman 54. That's Cheat the Ferryman 54. But I'll guarantee if you just put Cheat the Ferryman in there, you'll find me. My YouTube channel is getting more and more popular as more and more people are hearing about it. On there, you will find interviews with a lot of the people I've cited today, such as Art Funkhauser and various other people. Again, I reference my sources, and I give my sources the opportunity to put their viewpoints forward. I do a live in-con every Monday afternoon between 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock UK time, where we have guests and people can listen in and join in on YouTube. That goes out live on YouTube off my YouTube wall. Then every month on the Sunday afternoon, UK time, between 5 to 6, I have the Anthony Peake Consciousness Hour, where I have a guest and I interview them. And my next guest is going to be Daniel Pinchbeck, which some of you guys may know is quite a famous writer, American writer. And also on the 13th, I have Dr. Steve Taylor joining me for the Incon. And I do this with a good friend of mine called Sarah James. So there are all the contact points. I have a website, anthonypeake.com. If you want to read my books you can order from any bookshop anywhere in the world. Some of the bookshops will actually have the books there available. If not, you can get my books from your local library or order them from your local library internationally. If you are interested in buying my books directly from me, you can buy them off the website, and I send out signed copies. The problem there is the postage and package is now getting so extortionate, it's not really viable for you to do so. If you want to buy my books on Amazon, they're there. Number of my books, all my books are in Kindle as well as hard copy. Also, 4 of my books are in Audible, 3 of which are me reading them. And this new book, we're planning to bring out an Audible edition as well as a hard copy edition for next year. What else can I tell you? That's really about it at the moment. But just join in. I want as many people involved. And please, guys, help me get these ideas out there. Oh, yes. If anybody is interested in a copy of my Bix essay, the one that they rejected, just message me and I'll send you a PDF.
That's
free
awesome,
PDF.
man.
And send that out to all your contacts, because I want people to know, I want to understand why that essay was rejected by the judges.
All right, everybody, the links are down in the description box below. Go ahead and reach out to Anthony if you want. Anthony, just hang on a second and let me wrap things up here, and I will I'll talk to you just for a second off the air. I want to thank everybody for joining us today. I know it's not our normal time, but hey, we actually had quite a decent amount of people in here, so maybe we'll do this again sometime, especially with the European guests. Maybe I actually feel pretty good, so it's not too bad on me and mine here. So maybe we can actually do this again. Remember, you can always find us online. Just go to www.conflictradio.net. You can find us on Apple, iTunes, Spreaker, and all of your normal podcast catchers. We will be back on Thursday at our normal time, not this early morning time, but on our normal time, 7:30 Eastern time. We'll be live on Thursday. Well, until then, everybody, batten down the hatches, of course, and be safe.
Some aircraft that were clean.